Susan, we're live.
Okay, good.
You may get started if you like.
Okay, so thank you very much, Andreas and Kieran, and I want to extend a good afternoon and a warm welcome to the latest global debate, which is a collaboration between MCI Innsbruck and Durham University Business School, where we anticipate a lively and stimulating session on entrepreneurship meeting digitalization and looking at the interfaces between academia and business as they jointly shape the future, and what a future it may well be. The very fact of this being an international virtual event is in itself a product of some enterprise and certainly digital capability, which brings together a variety of parties in a format which promotes the exchange of ideas, but without the environmental and the time costs of orchestrating an in-person event. So clearly it does. This whole situation that we have found ourselves in with the increased acceleration of digitization due to the effects of the global pandemic has been very important. It's also a significant illustration as well that there are industries and jobs that are threatened by the opportunities that today we are taking advantage of, notably in this case, transport, tourism, hospitality. And on a global scale, these industries, looking at their past, is not anywhere near a true indicator of their future. And whilst they're not all going to be immediately displaced by one relatively small event such as this, or even the events of this sector of international travel and exchange, thinking more widely, these industries are worth a huge amount of economic activity and money worldwide. In Austria, for example, 31 billion euros, which is 7.3% of GDP, is the economic proportion of transport and tourism. And in the UK, it's 257 billion pounds, just under 10% of GDP. And so part of what we need to be doing when we're thinking about the future is that whilst we can take advantage of the great technological advances and indeed the infrastructures that are put in place by governments around the world, which I'll come to in a minute, we do need to be thinking about how we will replace the economic activity and their attendant jobs, livelihoods of individual people, communities, and ultimately societies. So this displacement needs to become a replacement, and part of that, I think, needs to form elements of our thinking today and beyond today. There will be a need for transformation, which will have to embrace both entrepreneurship and digitalization, which clearly is the subject of today. Now, although the debate focuses on fostering ideas and collaboration from business and academia, I think we have to think about the inputs that governments around the world will make. And I want to give an example of the UK government and the infrastructure and money that it is laying aside for this redevelopment, regeneration post-pandemic. In the UK, the most recent spending review and the national infrastructure has declared support in 2021 alone of £50 million for 5G supply chain diversification, for example. And beyond that, there is provision for £200 million worth for UK-wide digital infrastructure programmes between now and 2024. Beyond that, again, the government has signalled what it calls the Gigabyte Capable Broadband Programme, which is to dedicate £5 billion over 4 years, although that would not constitute the total amount of investment required for gigabyte capable broadband across the whole of the UK, and indeed a very large proportion of the total investment is expected to come from private sector, which has been very successful in rolling out broadband capability across the UK to date. But more is needed if we are to transform our societies in an inclusive and all-encompassing way. Further investment that the government is putting into post-pandemic recovery, which is important for both academia and business, both separately and importantly together, is the new business bank funding, which is a £56.5 million fund to invest the expansion of the bank startup loan scheme. A further 270 million pounds in new commitments to support innovation and growth finance, regional finance, as well as national security strategic investments and the needs that come along with security in the context of digitalisation. Going further into digital adoption and business skills, there's a further 50, nearly 51 million pounds to be delivered via the Department for Enterprise and Industrial Strategy to support programmes to improve SME productivity through leadership, management and technology adoption, which of course are subjects that are intrinsic to both MCI and Durham University Business School as well, beyond the more narrow focus on entrepreneurship or indeed digitalisation. It's about the way in which leadership is required, how management needs to improve, and how we foster technology adoption, not only within organisations, but also in wider communities, again for this inclusive agenda. In the UK also, there is an important move in relation to what is called levelling up, so-called levelling up agenda. And again, £4 billion has been set into the budgets to invest local infrastructure as long as that is seen to have a visible impact on people and their communities. And so bids for funding will be prioritised that drive growth and regeneration in places in the UK that have been facing particular challenges. And indeed, in Durham's context, the northeast of England is one of those places that has faced for a number of generations particular challenges. Beyond that, there is £14.5 billion set aside for research and development investment. Again, really important because this will be managed by the Department of Enterprise and Industrial Strategy. And that includes the support for UK research and innovation, which are the UK's research councils, working together with Innovate UK on core programmes to support what is called groundbreaking technologies and businesses. And related to that, a further £50 million set aside for high-risk, high-payoff research, which will be delivered through BAYS. And this is important for academia and business alike because these high-risk, high-payoff research programmes will involve necessarily R&D laboratories and the investment by industry. It will involve universities and indeed it will involve local government as well. And finally, in the UK, there is also the Department of Digital Culture, Media and Sport disbursing a further 45 million for programmes to drive growth through digital technologies and data whilst improving online safety and security. So I give those examples because I feel it's important that we must involve governments as an important source of funding and support across business and academia, allowing us to forge new ideas, new pathways to embrace the future, which is going to be a material disruption, is already a material disruption from what we've had in the past. And so more than ever, business and academia working together to access these funds in order ultimately to improve the lives of communities and societies is going to be an important element of how we all develop going forward. And furthermore, I think we cannot forget the very urgent need that we have to address the environmental reconstruction of our planet. More than ever, there is a need for economic development and redevelopment that can embrace the climate challenges that we face, as well as the need for more equitable balance of both wealth and wealth generation, but also the well-being of peoples all around the world. So I'm very much looking forward to the exchange of views and presentation of ideas that can really think widely about how we do access these sources of funding, how we generate investment in order to be bringing forth ideas that have purpose for the improvement of humankind and the way in which humankind needs to look after its planet and the people and life forms on this rock that we share and that we must take care of in perhaps ways that are improving on what we've done in the past. Now, turning briefly, with the minute I have left as a way of introduction, I do want to say a little bit about Durham University Business School. We have the organisers, one of the organisers of today's event is Professor Kieran Fernandez, working very strongly in the area of innovation with the Centre Process Innovation and partnerships with the Federation of Small Business, for example, to support resilient strategies in the face of the pandemic. We also have colleagues, Tyrone Pitts, who's also the leader of our Centre for Technology and Innovation Management, also very much focused on the role of technology strategy, design thinking in the ways in which we go forward. But more widely across the school, we do have numbers of people working across the spheres of innovation ecosystems, and indeed in finance, looking at how we can better protect the banking system from cyber attacks, which of course would be a major threat to us all in the 21st century. We have a number of colleagues working in these areas, and it's important to be bringing these different disciplinary perspectives together when we think about entrepreneurship and business and digitalization for the futures that I was describing earlier. So I'm really looking forward to hearing everyone's point of views, and with that I'll pass over, I think, now to Andreas, who's going to introduce the seminar from the point of view of MCI. So Andreas, thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Susan Hart. We are pleased to be part of this global debate. It's the first time that Durham University Business School and the MCI are working together on this behalf. We have been sharing a very nice partnership over the last years, but now let's also move into such a venture. Thank you so much for setting up this event, and my gratitude especially goes also to Kieran Fernandez, who you have rightly already mentioning so well. Now, after such an inspiring background, which you have been presenting to us, including UK strategy and Austria's strategy, and what academia and business are about, I may perhaps bring in some, or start with some information on where am I now. You can see the glacier around Innsbruck in the back, in my back. But now Innsbruck is differently from, these global hubs in the UK or in other parts of the world. Innsbruck is a small place, 150,000 inhabitants in a country called Austria with roughly 10 million inhabitants. Now, Innsbruck is in the western part of Austria. Vienna is 5 hours away, but Munich, for instance, would be only 1.5. Milan 4 hours, Zurich 3 hours, and all these regions are more or less mountainous regions. And this brings us to specific challenges. We are not a global hub with respect to urbanization, but our school has been opening up and bringing the world to Innsbruck. And now the MCI is a startup venture, actually a spin out of the public University of Innsbruck, which was created some 25 years ago. We started from scratch at zero, literally at zero. And now we have some 3,500 students, enjoy the appreciation of roughly 4,000 applicants per year, from who we select our 1,000 first semester students. They come from 80 countries, now for 14,000 alumni, and so on. And what we always have been looking for is internationalization. And this is one of the reasons why we have been entering the partnership and enjoying the partnership with Durham University Business School and do this global debate together. But now, when it comes to the topic, the topic entrepreneurship meets digitalization. You can see in my bag MCI, the Entrepreneurial School, and this was not just written for this specific event. This is part of our genetic program, of our genetic code, and part of our philosophy and strategy. Now, the strategic focus of the MCI is very much on entrepreneurship and startups. And differently from typical academic institutions, when we talk about academia and business going together and bridging the two worlds, we, for instance, we do traditionally, obviously, teaching, continuing education, and so on, but also our research leads to startups. And we not just promote, initiate, mentor startups and so on, but we also invest startups as a school, as an institution. We hold shares. We hold 8 startups in our portfolio, which I think is something which will also be more present, more relevant in the academic landscape than it is now. And having mentioned internationalization and entrepreneurship very, very much obviously goes together with digitalization. Digitalization means online delivery, means teaching online, as we have been realizing, or everyone has been realizing at least in the time of the pandemic. But we, for instance, we have been launching our first online program in 2014. So there is a strategy behind that. And yeah, that's more or less what the MCI is aiming for, and what the overall goal is, where we all, I think, academia and business want to go and need to go, is creating impact. Creating impact for our students, creating impact at the university, at the academic level, creating impact in the business world, creating impact in the economy, but also, Susan, I'm so happy that you mentioned that, creating impact also on a societal level. So we should always be very, very careful that there is a clue in society, and these different levels and classes and branches and so on do not fall apart. And so creating impact, I think we as a school, we are representing the academic sphere of the globe. We also carry responsibility also for creating impact in society, also for weaker groups. And for instance, some of our entrepreneurial activities include or very much focus on these activities, which you perhaps will also see later on. Now, from my point of view, I have only been briefly trying to describe where we are, who we are, what we aim for, and now I'm happy to pass on the word to Kieran, who will guide us through this event, tell more about the program, about the goal of the entire event, and so on. Thanks for being part, and looking forward to the panel sessions later on.
Thank you, Andreas. Okay, and can I also add my welcome to everyone that's joining us from Europe, from the UK, and from what I know, from around the world. It is truly a global event. And the idea of this debate is that we have a conversation on topics that matter to us, topics that are of importance to society, topics that are of importance to government, topics that are of importance to business and university. It's the triple helix, the three key components that come together to create impact. And that's what these debates are. Now, you heard from both the executive dean of the Durham University Business School, Professor Susan Hart, as well as from the rector of MCI, Professor Andreas Altman, on the importance of universities and how universities need and should link to both, on one side, industry, but also to government to create ecosystems that can work for benefit of all. I'm Kiran Fernandez. I'm one of the associate deans in Durham with a portfolio of internationalization. What is interesting is we were studying a number of effects that happened over the COVID period. Now, what COVID showed us is what happens in industry when they are exposed to shock. Now, we all know that when COVID came as an external shock, many companies, many value chains were not prepared. In fact, if you look at historically at how shocks have worked out, since the Great Frost in the 1730s, there really hasn't been a huge shock, apart from obviously the 2 points during the World War, economy, or even a region, or even the entire ecosystem experiencing shock of this nature. Now, this was truly a global shock, and the impact of this we are all still feeling. In Durham, we conducted a study at the very start of COVID. The intention of this study was, how can we help regional companies overcome some of the shocks they are experiencing? And this report, while it was trying to do this, also highlighted some interesting features. Now, this is one of the largest studies that was conducted. We analyzed in Durham with a number of our partners, like the Federation of Small Business, regional bodies like the CBI, which is the Confederation of Business Industries, and others. We analyzed a little over 2 million companies in almost all sectors on a regional basis. So the UK is made up of a number of regions, and we looked at every region to understand what the effect of COVID-19 was going to be in this particular region. Let me just give you an example. When people think about supply chains, what supply chains are not, they are not linear chains. In fact, they are a very complex network, as you can see, where companies are connected to one another in a very network-like fashion. And the connector during the COVID time, which became stronger and stronger, was digital technologies. So the dots in this diagram represent different companies, and the lines between these companies represent how they're connected to one another. Now, this is by no means a static diagram or static network. They are dynamic, they are evolving, they are complex in nature, and they are at all the time trying to overcome shocks as they experience shock. And at the heart of this experiencing shock and overcoming the shock is basically companies, entrepreneur companies, small companies, companies that connect to one another to form strong networks. Now, if you look at, for example, in this particular value chain or this particular supply network, you're starting to see that companies are collaborating and not just competing with one another to deliver value propositions. So if I just look at that particular diagram, you will see a cluster of companies coming together in a particular supply chain, not just to compete, but to collaborate. So value networks are being created as a result of this collaboration from companies. Same diagram in a slightly different view. If you look at it, you can see how complex these are. It's not just a complex diagram. You see some patterns. You see companies are collaborating with one another. You also see companies playing very, very crucial role of platforming, trying to bring different subgroups together. So there's some value being added here. Even companies that are at the periphery of these conversations are being drawn together through the use of technology. So technology, particularly how they connect to one another, is playing a very central role in both innovation, but also how new products and services are being delivered in industry. So it's something very interesting we observed. So in this report, at the heart of the conversation was digital technology plays a crucial role. It's through that connectivity, it's creating a sense of entrepreneurship, companies innovating, new companies being formed, new types of companies being formed, but also technologies that are creating value networks, new value networks in some form. There's loads of debates going on right now. What is the role digital technology plays? How strong do these connections need to be? What can entrepreneurs learn by connecting to these digital technologies? Equally, how are these new forms of value network being created? How do they link technology to these value networks? All very important questions within the context of an ecosystem. What role do governments have to play? What role does industry have to play? And most importantly, in our conversation also, what role does university and research have to play in making this ecosystem happen? These are the debates that we wish to today explore. And there are two themes, as you have seen. The first theme around digital connectivity and entrepreneurship. And we have Professor Marcus Kittler, who's the academic director at MCI, who's going to be chairing that particular session. The questions around value network. How are these value networks being formed? What role does digital technology have to play? And this session panel is going to be chaired by Professor Tyrone Pitsis from Durham University Business School. We then, after those two sessions, which starts at 2 o'clock to 3 and then 3:15 to 4:15, these are Central European times, we have an opportunity for you to ask questions to our panel members, which will be jointly chaired by both Professor Tyrone Pitsis as well as Professor Marcus Kittler. We then have a short break, after which we have an exceptional guest speaker, none other than Anastassia Lauterbach, who's not just a very successful entrepreneur, but is one of the leading experts in the world of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and how that links to companies, particularly small companies. So our panel includes very distinguished entrepreneurs, and I will not necessarily introduce them all at this session because that's what our colleagues will be doing. But in the first session, we have Dr. Nathan Kitchener, Louis Bollinger, our own Tyrone Pitsis, and also Professor Stephen Schugel from MCI. In our second panel, which deals about value network and chaired by Tyrone, we have Sally Geyer, we have Dr. Simon Milewski, Klaus Schwarzbenger, we have Professor Peter Minsky from MCI, and we have Dr. Sadat Saeed from Durham. And this will be, in the end, chaired in an Outlook session. And last but not the least, our session, which will be starting at 5 o'clock, will be from Anastassia Lauterbach, and that session will be chaired by Professor Andreas Altman. So what we look forward to is our first panel now, which will be chaired by Professor Marcus Kittler. And I ask our colleagues to connect that particular panel to the session now. Thank you very much and welcome on behalf of both Durham and MCI.
Microphone connected. Hi Tyrone, can you actually hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. My mic keeps turning off. My mic keeps turning off. I can hear you. But great to see you. Great to see you. And I think.
Getting some pretty exciting disco sound. I don't know if my ears have the problem or not.
Okay. So welcome to this session on digital connectivity. We have managed to connect. It's lovely. We just need to get sound in place a little bit. Excellent. Okay. Welcome to today's session within this virtual global debate, Durham MCI. Very, very exciting topics. We talk about digitalization, and we talk about this in the context of entrepreneurship. We talk about digital connectivity. And I think this is something that is important to all of us. It's shaping our current lives. It is something that we see or we experience now. We even experience with some slight challenges that arise with using digital connectivity. But on the other hand, we see a number of people that otherwise, without digital connectivity, would have a very hard time to meet. Yeah, if I introduce our speakers very briefly, you see on the screen right on the top left corner, you see Nathan Kirchner. Nathan Kirchner switched to us from Australia and actually has some really strong background in the field of artificial intelligence and how I think your LinkedIn profile says delivering emerging tech to real world needs. We talk about the needs that actually come up through digital technologies, if these opportunities exist already, or if actually the developments create these opportunities, if we need to basically discover such opportunities. When I look at the practitioners as well, just slightly below Nathan Kirchner, we see Louis Bollinger from one of our own MCI related startups, which Andreas Altmann actually just talked about in the introduction. So from HoloLight, I give the space to you in a minute to all of you to say maybe a little bit more about your backgrounds. And we see, in addition to me, of course, some academics who look at this industry academic or industry practitioner linkage. Tyrone Pitts is from Durham University Business School, and my colleague Stefan Schlögl here from the MCI, also in their research very much connected to the idea of linking business, organization, and new technological development. So this is something that we will discuss about much more in the upcoming hour. I think for Nathan Kirchner from Australia, this is almost a late night show today. For the others here, it is just a comfortable afternoon time slot, slightly different in the UK, where we also have a bank holiday. And so we meet together in a format that without digital connectivity would not have worked, or would, at least for some of us, have brought some massive travel arrangements to be done. And so we can now basically meet almost instantly. So I think that is exciting. Nathan, do you want to say a few words about your background?
Sure. So hi everyone, my name's Nathan. I'll give you a very brief history, I guess. First off, I'm Australian, so sorry about the accent. I spent maybe about 8 years in Silicon Valley at Stanford, teaching entrepreneurship, very tech-leaning type vibe. Spent about 10 years also at University and Technology in Sydney, doing something similar. Then I got allured by promises of large amounts of money into industry by one of the world's largest construction companies to try and put some of the talk to practice. So that's Lang O'Rourke. Ended up head of robotics there. And one of my portfolio projects spun off into a company a couple of years ago, but now about 2 years ago, which I raised a fairly decent amount of venture capitalist funding for during the end of the world, known as coronavirus. So that was a bit of an excitement.
One classic. I unmuted my microphone or forgot to unmute it. Let's move on from Nathan to Louis Bollinger. Tell us a little bit about your background and your recent successes.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm very happy to join this entrepreneurship and connectivity session. We founded together with Freak Light, an augmented and virtual reality startup in 2015. So we started basically very early as entrepreneurs, and we had basically we came from the university and we had lots of motivation and lots of passion for technology. And we in that time, 2015, we heard a lot about augmented reality being more and more interesting, more and more devices coming to the market, and we thought, hey, this is definitely changing the way how we interact with content in the future, and this has a massive impact on the enterprise market, and that's why we decided to develop software, especially in this domain. And within the last 6 years now, we developed software. So on one side, really applications for enterprise customers, for example, in the automotive sector, but also technology, which is enabling the usage of this technology in a more scalable way. And yeah, we are now a team of 45 people located in Innsbruck and in Munich. And yeah, I'm happy to share more about what we do and what how our digital connectivity topic is influencing, and the other way around.
Thank you very much. I think we have ample opportunity to follow this up. Tyrone, do you want to say about a few words about your closeness to this topic?
Yes, thank you. I'm Tyrone Pitzes. I'm Professor of Strategy and Technology at Durham University. My sort of bread and butter area is the study of novel projects, complex projects, so high technology projects, big projects of transformation, and that's increasingly got me working around the area of how you transform organizations, and I've become quite interested in terms of the relationship between technology and humans. And so I've been working with a number of organizations around studying that actual people aspect of transformation and how it's wrapped up in the technology.
The people aspect of technology and transformation, I like that, and as we discussed, we will talk a little bit about that issue as well, and the consequences and repercussions of the developments for individuals. Last but definitely not least in this round, my colleague Stefan Schlögl. Stefan, a few words about yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think actually a good sort of transfer to my person. My name is Stefan Schlögl. I'm Professor of Human Technology Interaction here at MCI. I'm essentially a computer scientist, classic academic career, and focus in my research mainly on how humans and technology interact, how technology shapes us as humans, how we shape technology. Usually it's somewhat different to what engineers expect as well as to what humans expect, particularly when it comes to this new big thing, artificial intelligence. I've been focusing very much on artificial intelligence, specifically dialogue systems, Siri, Alexa, Cortana, and these kind of things. And I've been working with researchers all around the world on conversational user interfaces and how they affect us now and how they potentially affect us in the future. I'm happy to share my thoughts.
Okay, thank you very much, Stefan. I'm sure this will be helpful for all of us. And I think this is looking at this format Yeah, I think this actually requires an early question about where we are. Basically, a quick update from you on what's possible today and the background. When I thought about what will I ask you, I thought one of the questions also has to do with this format, with this opportunity for all of us to connect. Now, if we would go physically, we probably might find ourselves in some very expert, narrow silos, we could say, where people about specific ideas of digital transformation would talk about exactly that. But now we have an open format with everybody, also basically outsiders in this exciting world, could switch in. So if you would need to explain them in a few sentences, where you say, okay, this is what's possible today. Sometimes this comes as a surprise. And I give you an example. When I talk to people in the field of HR, practitioners, and we just had a nice 2-day session last week with our executive education, and we talk about the possibilities that emerge, and we talk about personal selection, and we talk about tools like no commercial intention here, but if we talk about tools like HireVue, for instance, and the idea of deep learning and artificial intelligence in the selection process, a lot of people say, I didn't know that. And so I think this is what our audience might see quite today. So we must not assume that they know what you know. So what would you say if you explain to an outsider what's really novel and what's going these days? Nathan, what would you tell an outsider maybe?
First off, it's much easier to start speaking in real life than it is when you've got to hit unmute every time. I think probably to draw the parallel to the physical world makes a lot of sense to me. So maybe it's just my age, or maybe it's the storm of living in Australia, which is so far away from everything. I've become very comfortable over the last maybe 10 or 15 years that the world's getting smaller and smaller, and we can jet around and we can travel and we can go to different countries. But quite honestly, seriously, in the last 12 months, the world has just turned into a pinhead. So now I don't leave home. I very rarely leave home. I'm just like everyone else. I sit in my room, but I might have a meeting in 5 different countries all on the same day, as well as 3 different states in Australia all on the same day. And I actually think about it. I just think it just wouldn't have been possible. So from Australia to Europe, so it may be a 20-hour flight, right? It might take me a week to recover. But now I think something I would say is just the digital technology and the digital connectivity that's coming out has just made the physical aspects of the world irrelevant and shrunk it down and changed it.
I think this is something that I'm just looking for the original quote. Actually, what you say about the shrinking globe is something we discuss actually since we developed transport technologies, and so you will find these world maps which become increasingly smaller and smaller. And I show this to students. Staley 1939 has different worlds, and actually does explain exactly that. And when I go on from 1939, so for the globe is already this size, and it grows even smaller. So this is the idea of Jules Verne's novel Around the World in 80 Days. There's this dialogue leading to the bet. The world has grown smaller. We can go around the world in 80 days and so on. And if we would calculate that physically, we could go around the world and have much of the same adventures as Phileas Fogg in 8 days or less, but maybe not rescuing princesses and so on. But we could travel there. And now if we do this virtually, we can do this instantly. I just see next on my screen would be Stefan. What would you tell people that this is something that you might not have experienced yet if you're not in this field of digitalization and technology?
Well, I just can support what Nathan said. Answer like 12 or 18 months ago, nobody would have expected for this to actually work. I mean, we have been dealing with video conferencing systems for the last, decade or more, even 15, 20 years, as a sort of an artifact that helps us in the worst case possible if nothing else works. But now nothing else worked for the last 12, 18 months. And we actually saw that, a lot of things are possible. I mean, I've been teaching from home for the last 18 months, and that was a really an amazing shift, to be honest, from both sides. It's cognitively more demanding, I have to say, on both sides. I guess the students would probably support me on this, but also from a lecturer's point of view, it is really different whether you talk to an actual crowd in front of you, physically in front of you, or just to a computer screen. Nonetheless, we get adapted to it. I think this is something that we should keep in mind. And out of this, would I believe a lot of innovation comes, because like from the academic community, for example, I mean, we used to go to conferences as one of the things of this job, one of the things I really like, but the last year was simply not possible. So we had to invent conferences new to a certain extent. We had to see how we deal with the community building at the conference when you don't meet. I mean, the most important part of conference is essentially the social event, right? The rest is interesting, but you go to social events to meet people. And now they have tried to integrate virtual social events with, I don't know, virtual coffee breaks and these kind of things. And I think there's a lot of potential for innovation. We haven't seen a solution yet, but I think there's companies popping up every now and then that try to solve this problem. And I believe that this is definitely something for the future. And if you're not living in this field and working in this field, then you might not be aware of this. And maybe the second thing that we saw that was really possible is home office. I mean, bigger companies have seen this in the past. We were forced to home office the last year, and it works. I mean, you set up your own room, and yes, it is difficult with if you have wife and children and a different family setting at home. But at the same time, you get used to your setup. There was a huge push for VPN access. All of a sudden, everybody thought this technology is already out. Nobody needs it anymore. All of a sudden, it's back. Everybody needs it. I think there's a lot of potential also to make these things easier. Digital signature, for example. I mean, it's been around for 20 years, but nobody, except from sort of governmental agencies, nobody really uses them. Because it is too complicated, to be honest. The two-factor authentication doesn't really add to simplicity, to be honest here. I mean, I'm just trying to free my PayPal account. I've discovered yesterday I can't access it anymore because somehow my sort of old mobile phone number is in there and I can't get it out. It's ridiculous. These are things where we now basically need to catch up, I think. I'll leave it there.
I think I use a digital signature for ages. I just physically signed on a sheet of paper, scanned it, and then used the JPEG. Isn't that no? I'm just kidding. But that would also be a digital signature, not what you had in mind. But anyway, I mean, we talked about our own experiences now, and I think the idea of conference is absolutely for us academics shaped the job. Home office. That leads me almost to what Louis Bollinger can report about in your field, when you actually not only meet together and exchange like in this format today, but where you basically design or construct or engineer things and actually bring people together with your tools and forms of augmented reality. What would you tell Louis Bollinger? What would you tell people who are not really in the matter of digitalization, where you say this is really new and you might not have come across this too much yet?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So first of all, what we saw in the last year is basically that that virtual conferences became the standard, or much more people are now using it and working with it. While it was just, it was already a huge group of people using these technologies for the last 5 years or so. But I think with now the pandemic, it's like more or less everyone has to do with something like this. Probably 90% of the people have done a Zoom or Teams call in the last year, or learned how to use it. And we see on one side that many people just have to came now to a level of virtual conferencing that is that is like I don't know, that is exactly this 2D conferencing, and then there are the others. The last 5 years, since augmented and virtual reality became more mature and people have started to using it, we see those going the next step already, more or less in parallel to the mass market. There are these very innovative companies that say, hey, okay, for specific use cases, it's not ideal or not perfect. People actually that are using 3D, virtual and augmented reality tool, and we provide also one of these tools. We're focused on engineers, and this is actually a software which runs on mobile devices that have augmented and virtual reality capabilities. So the devices that are able to add virtual three-dimensional components in the real world, and this in the end provides a new opportunity. Topics, because let's say you are really an engineer and you're usually working on 3D objects, an engine for example, then a tool like the one we're using now is maybe not the best one to discuss a design decision, for example, because it's just 2D. It's a limiting factor. So if the new technologies give you the possibility to walk around a 3D object and have a colleague joining from the other side of the world for you visible as an avatar, then you can start a conversation about a different kind of content. And we see this as a really as the next opportunity and as the next steps. And many companies have started in the last years to use this technology. They already benefit from this collaborative aspect, from this new way of consuming content. And but obviously it's not the mass market already or for now, but it will come more and more in the next years. And what I can tell you is definitely that this is a next step, and this topic will come because it already shows today that it provides added value, that it provides return on investment and specific use cases. I don't think it's necessary to replace a tool which for example is perfect to share an Excel file. It's not necessary to share an Excel file in a 3D world at the moment. There's no value. But in discussing 3D content and all kinds of 3D content or things that need a reference to the real world, here these new technologies provide a huge potential, and I think and we see that it's becoming more mature in specific markets, but will come in the next years. And the process that is currently in progress.
Okay, thank you very much for this insight. And I think I quote a very old video clip I've seen on YouTube. Marshall McLuhan, the very visionary in the 1960s, and I've seen this black and white clip. And in this black and white clip, he said, "We basically live always way behind what's technically possible." And you said this will come in the next few years. And we've heard your colleagues saying how the disruptive COVID pandemic has actually accelerated what's happening. So Tyrone, what would you prognose, or what would you tell us is something that many people might not be aware of, what changes our life at the moment, or where we say this is possible today and I didn't know that?
Yeah, I think it's easy to get lost in this sort of ideas of this technology. I mean, I've asked for permission to show you something, so I've been allowed to show you this. So I want to show you a piece of technology which can transmit what you see, what you hear, what you feel. It can transmit a whole range of things about you. It can also interact with many different systems and people and organizations. It also allows you to control your car. You can turn your engine on. You can turn your heater on if it's cold. You can do all kinds of stuff It can send an emergency message to someone if something's happening to you. It's pretty incredible, this smartphone here. And in terms of what's going on here, in terms of digitalization, this is the digitalization of ourselves, in that this is something that it's kind of an implant. We implant it into our back pocket, or front pocket. But it has our memory in here. It has our experiences in here. It has our secrets in here. It has all kinds of things in here that we take absolutely for granted. And this is quite a remarkable piece of technology. This bit of technology, in terms of the keyboard, has created multi-billion-dollar companies like Twitter, which basically it operates off using the keys, to tweet, for tweets. And your Instagram, you've got all these. So I think if you ever forget how incredible this stuff is that, there's my two boys. There's a picture of my two boys on there. But essentially, that is one example. But I think we've got to sort of, think critically about this. I see a lot of the stuff around digitization, the arguments around this, a large percentage of it I see as nothing but hype, marketing hype, right? And that's the reality of it, is really sort of getting down to what is actually helpful, what is actually going to make a difference to humanity and to society. And this is where I think we really need to be thinking about, especially entrepreneurs need to be thinking about what's the overall impact of what they're creating, because I think there's a lack of systems thinking of how things connect together. You find a lot of these digital inventions, innovations that happen, but they really work together in a system. They really sort of cross platforms, or they really sort of speak to each other. Think about all the different kinds of virtual platforms we have on our computers and how they don't interact with the operating system, or how our Wi-Fi stops working while we're trying to present, and so on. So there's all these issues there that we're not thinking, and what I would like to see is a stronger emphasis on a systems thinking approach to how we design our new technologies, particularly in terms of digitization.
Now, this is also something that I haven't fully thought that this might fit in the session today, but a question that I could ask following up what you just explained, Tyrone, is when we look into, and fits with a topic of the panel, of course, digital connectivity and entrepreneurship. When we look into entrepreneurship from an academic perspective, there is this idea, or two different theories we could argue, the discovery theory and the creation theory. And to what extent can we in this digital world still speak of, and question to all of you, whoever wants to go first, to what extent is what we see now still discovery, that I discover opportunities, that I can identify needs of potential customers? Marketeers would probably say this is important, this is what the customers want, but is it really discovery? Or is it that we actually create needs that we later solve? If you would have asked me 20 years ago, do you want to share your photo album with half of the world? I would not have felt a need for that. But now, obviously, a lot of people have this need to express themselves, to show people on the other side of this globe, look, this is what I had for breakfast. Nice picture here. So we create needs that didn't exist. So what is your view? Is it more discovery? Is it needs? Is it a balance of both elements? What would you say? Open question to all of you, whoever first come, first serve. Who do you want me to nominate? Yes, please.
Yeah, so I think there's two things there, Marcus, right? So there's always this space for indulgence, and there's always people who want to indulge in their passions or their ideas, or they're expressive, maybe to say extrovert, to make it simple for myself. I think that's there, and I think facilitating that is kind of a need, because those people do find that inherent need. But then I do also see the very practical type examples you've given where we want to achieve something or we need to be able to do something, and hence the very practical, literal need. I would underpin both of them by saying they're both just types of latent friction. So we as people need to do something, whether it's for indulgence or whether it's for a purpose, and there's some part of it that could be easier or should be easier, or we'd do more of if it was easier, or if we were just enabled, it would be simpler. And when we get shown the opportunity to do more for less, we embrace it and we let go of the friction, and we thankfully pay for it, and that's how we all make companies.
I think one thing we see is that there are different reasons why people, for example, focus on innovative topics. I mean, it can be like, for example, sustainability. One reason why we cannot live the way we live today is that resources on this planet are not not endless, or it's tough actually. This can be a challenge. It can be competitive, the competitive landscape, which is pushing you or forcing you to do something. For the automotive sector, for example, new markets, new brands like Tesla coming to the market, forcing companies like BMW to do something, to rethink the way how they work, and this is leading to an approach where they have to look for new topics, and this I mean, opportunities that come up with the digitalization, with the internet. I mean, it's not very old, these topics actually. It feels like sometimes, but they are not. And so it's not just you discover for fun or so. I think there are specific needs. They might not be so clear, so it's not so concrete, like in this process I have exactly this problem and I need this solution. Sometimes it's difficult to exactly frame it like that. It's possible, but very often we see these innovators that they have like a very early understanding of where the world will go and what might be useful for the future, and then all these followers that are actually today not aware of what's possible, and they come next. So we see really different reasons why it's necessary to tackle all these topics, and it's I also agree that sometimes we're looking for problems that our solutions that we currently have will solve, and what we also see, for example, I think the third industrial revolution was something that was not or that was existing, and then people gave it a name. And today we have the fourth revolution, but it's not existing 100%. So we are like framing a picture which is not happening today, or which will happen or will go the next years, but we are quite early so we have to today we have to find problems for some solutions that we have. But I think overall it's really that outside things like the need to be sustainable, the need to survive if more and more competitors are coming to the market. So there's like an overall reason why we have to go forward. But the more we go into detail, the more difficult it gets to answer this question.
Some challenges, of course, and by the way, I see questions coming in. Some of them dealing issues which we will discuss later on in this session. Anyway, I try to bring them in. They also come in from around the world, I can say, and I see this on different gadgets, mobile phone, LinkedIn. I see this here in our chat window. But for those who ask the question, we will respond to them. But following up, isn't this also something where I like the idea of sustainability, but to tackle problems we might not be fully aware of, or the degree of how serious they will affect us. But isn't this also that we generate problems by saying, for instance, when there's a lot of streaming, when we have mining for bitcoins, and a lot of things we create. Mining for bitcoins, for instance, is something that we wouldn't have had without the idea of cryptocurrency, and people would be happy with investing in other things, gold, diamonds, shares, the MCI, I don't know, but wouldn't this be also leveling the positive impact of the innovations we might see as part of digitalization? What do you think? Stefan and Tyrone, you nodded a little bit. What was this? Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I'll respond. I mean, I'm just thinking, because the panel topic is digital connectivity and entrepreneurship. And what is digital connectivity? It's taking all the processes, all the systems, all the infrastructure within your organization and connecting it so we can actually understand that entire system and communicate with it. And so it requires the ability to access and have data. And so there's an assumption there that for example, if I'm an entrepreneur developing innovation in this area, that someone's going to give me all that data, right, freely, right, to make that decision, or that data comes to you unproblematically. There's no power or politics or tensions in behind that data. So at one level, the idea is that so let's say the digitization of humans. Okay, so this is reality. So Elon Musk is working on Neuralink. Okay, and Neuralink is an implant into the brain, and it basically, in the long run, it's the uploading of the Internet of Things into the human brain. Okay, and Elon Musk, as an entrepreneur, has these ideas of what humans should be and what humanity should look like. However, do we want entrepreneurs to be determining what humans and society and humanity is? Right? So there are more important ethical, moral questions to be asked about the innovation, the ideas and the intentions around the innovation. As we know, once something's out of the Pandora's jar, you can't get it back in, right? And so if we think about digital transformation, if we think about digital connectivity and entrepreneurship, we're going to think about, digital connectivity means being able to access all information within the organization and across organizations. And that's very powerful information to have.
I think that is true. I mean, I had in mind that we definitely look at the ethical dimension of this phenomenon and development towards the end of this session, more the consequences and the darker side. But you also mentioned something. By the way, your link to Elon Musk, it reminded me. He has an idea of what people would look like. This reminds me of these old James Bond films. Moonraker, Drugs, the villain also had an idea of how people would look like. Didn't end well, but so just not to get too much off topic here, you said it's about information. It's about vast amounts of information. So maybe also question to the panel again. Does this mean that size will matter? Because what about the small startups? Yeah, they have less access to large amounts of data than large incumbent firms. Yeah, so we could argue, and I'm not making this as a projection, just as a thought, we could argue that actually digitalization and digital connectivity, which sounds so positive for opportunities and entrepreneurial activity, could actually, if it's about large incumbent firms having a big advantage, could this be the end or the death of entrepreneurial activity in the sense of smaller ventures? So the typical startup scene. What is full panel asked? What is your view about that?
maybe let me quickly jump in here. I just wanted to say two things about the other topic before, and then I move on. Regarding needs and discoverability, or this discover aspect to entrepreneurship. I believe it needs both, because we need discovery in order to create needs, and the other way around. The example of Bitcoin. I mean, yes, Bitcoin is a huge waste of energy. That's true, but there was a specific. Well, it had actually two things. On the one hand, it is a transport for an underlying technology, blockchain, and they just needed a product with which they can actually promote the technology. On the one hand, and this actually solved for certain countries in the world. It actually there was a need, because you have a currency that is incredibly inflating. In Central Europe, we wouldn't really care about this that much. I mean, I had loads of talks with people from all around the world talking about Bitcoin. I always told them, well, I don't need Bitcoin. What for? But in other countries in the world, there is actually a need for a sort of digital currency. So it's a bit of both. But I guess the last year, what we have seen, maybe that was one driver the last year, that we more need to actually look at the needs and not so much at things that we can just do because digital technology helps us to do it. I mean, we don't have to digitalize everything just because we can digitalize it. It's one thing I keep telling my students, reflect on what is really necessary. But there are things that are actually really helpful. I just, yesterday or the day before, I read about AI technology used in order to significantly speed up MRI. And that's something that saves lives. I mean, we currently wait for hours and days to get an appointment with an MRI, but with AI technology, Facebook actually is working on an algorithm and a Facebook challenge in order to speed up these diagnosis, medical diagnosis. And I think this is groundbreaking, as opposed to maybe, I don't know, a new social graph. And also to explain this maybe in a bit more detail, I think that we humans are irrational, which means this whole discovery is a very human thing. We have feelings, we have emotions. We don't do always things just because they are good for us, or because we want to solve a problem. We do this because it's fun. I mean, why do we use Facebook? Well, we like to stalk people. That's the whole point. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah. So I think it's a bit of both. Regarding the startup things, I think actually the modern technology has opened up a huge opportunity for startups, because it's never been so easy to actually create a worldwide operating sort of enterprise. I mean, I had an entry interview with a bachelor student of mine like a couple of weeks ago, and he told me, well, he wants to study his bachelor's degree at MCI, and he told me, well, he had just created a company last year just out of fun. He's selling photographs. I mean, he started to do photography, and then he puts it on glass plates, and he sells it all around the world, basically at already 3 or 4 countries where he has people buying this stuff. He couldn't have done this without the internet. I mean, I think this connectivity, it's never been so easy to actually create a company. But of course, when it comes to very top-notch technology, I mean, everything that's data-driven, Google, Facebook, Amazon, they are the ones, Microsoft, they have the data, and machine learning is based on data. So yes, there's some danger here. And I think in Europe, that's actually a message from my side for Europe. We have to get going. We have to get going in Europe. We have to find ways of actually keeping the data in Europe and benefit from this.
Absolutely. Nathan, you talk to, or you are involved with venture capital and on this. So what makes, is it still a good idea or possible to be an entrepreneur with regards to digitalization? What is your experience?
So I think it is. It must be acknowledged that it feels pretty real that the owners of the infrastructure are really on the controlling position. In this particular case, I'm with Stefan. The data is the infrastructure. The data is the roads, the bridges, or whatever that someone else owns and we're allowed to use. Mm-hmm. But with all that said, there are different ways to use. There are different ways to get more value out of something else. It's kind of interesting because we're talking about this like it's a big, scary land grab. But a lot of these places are capitalists, right? They're commercial ventures. They will license the data. They will let us use it. They will let us make money off it. I'm actually on the complete flip side. So yes, I do lots of AI stuff, and every time someone says, what about Facebook? They do lots of AI. What about Google? They do lots of AI. I say, awesome. That's two M&A opportunities right there that you've named, who may just buy a little AI startup because it fits with their business model. So yes, there is possibilities to use their services. Yes, there is possibility to do something. It would be hard if we were going to do a nuclear arms head-to-head race. I don't know if we have to, and they're quite willing to give us, $100 million to go away, and I'm very happy with those numbers. So I think it's okay.
But I hear it does transform the idea or it does transform to some extent how we perceive entrepreneurship. The entrepreneurs who are less in it for financial gain. I mean, I'm sure talking about some ideas, not the practice we see, but I sense there's a stronger focus on exit strategies nowadays. So you develop something already in mind with where can I give this, where can I benefit from this by actually getting this offer. By the way, it's a number where I would get weak too.
I actually think that this is something we should all be grateful for digitization for. So then they're not just for profit, that to try and do things to change the world, to try and do things to make the world better or to leave our stamp. It's now so accessible. I can sit in my bedroom and make music and sell it, apart from the fact I can't make music. I could take photos of it like Stefan's student and sell them across the globe. I could change the world or make my mark on the world or give something to the world without having to start up a big company. So yes, Marcus, I do kind of agree. It does seem like the people who are left in entrepreneurism are a little bit more like, oh, well, I'm kind of in it for the money. I'm in it for the impact. I'm in it to be, to make the big splash. Whether that's the right thing or whether that's the wrong thing. I noticed in the chat someone saying that maybe all entrepreneurs are going to be a little bit less heartless, a little bit more devoid of feelings and just in it for the money. Maybe they will be. Sincerely hope not.
Thanks for also picking up. Thanks actually also for asking this question, Mahinder Kari, an entrepreneur from London, about how we gonna feel. I mean, I've also forward this question to Louis Bollinger. I would see you as an entrepreneur, co-founder with something that is now successful and has grown to almost 50 employees in Munich and Innsbruck, and probably growing more in the future. So what are your feelings about what it means to be an entrepreneur?
Mm-hmm. I think it's very interesting, the question of if I start a startup, do I plan to have an exit quite soon, and is my strategy focused on that, or do I just try to, I don't know, bring my idea to life and make the world a better place or whatever. It's different, and you need a different strategy. It's not like you can. Or at least at some point you have to decide on which strategy you get, because if you want to do an exit, you want to get the maximum out of it, and you will try to make your figures look good and everything. You will try to prepare the startup in a way that it's interesting for a buyer. But if you focus on your idea and you want to grow and have impact with what you do, then you focus on other things. Then, for example, the revenue in 1 year is not as important as it might be in another case, because then the midterm, long-term perspective gets more important for you. What we see is that, I mean, we founded not with the intention to sell the company, because we were young, we were motivated, and we had an idea, and we started, and we see endless potential in this. I mean, this is we work on a topic which is not over next year, so we know that we're still very early, and here's so lots of potential. If it would be different, and if you see like other solutions coming to the market that kick you out, then you might focus on another strategy. What we see is that on the investor side, when you do the funding rounds, you start with a seed round, a Series A, Series Series B, then you get usually as a startup VCs in your company, and VCs have usually a clear exit plan. They want to get their money back with profit in 4, 5 years, 6 years, depending on the startup, on the market. And what you as an entrepreneur have to do, you have to decide, okay, do you want to join them and like sell the whole thing and work on that 5-year plan, or do you have an opportunity to, I don't know, that's they exit, the next investor's coming, and you go the next stage. Yeah, very often, I mean, especially in an early phase, it's very difficult for entrepreneurs or for us, because in the beginning, you don't have much options because you have less revenue. People in Germany but also in the US, they look on your sales figures a lot. They see potential in technology. That's the reason why they contact you. That's the reason why they talk to you. But they invest only if they really see a perspective in terms of revenues or recurring revenues. And if you can, in the beginning, it's very tough to get the money. And if you reach a certain level, then you get more people being interested, because then you have the figures, you have everything. Then it's a question, a more strategic question. In the beginning, you don't have that much options. You need to find somebody who believes in the strategy and maybe is crazy enough to go that way with you at an early stage. And yeah, so I would say it's very difficult to say there's this one way and that's the right way. It's a lot of factors that are influencing this market. But all in all, I definitely would say that the years that we have now, they are great for entrepreneurs, because it's a lot of money in the market, and that's true. If you just think about, for example, the energy market, they made a lot of money in the last century, or in the last 20, 30 years, and now they know they need to be more sustainable. But what do they do with all their money? They have to find ways to invest, and I think that startups are a great opportunity. We have one example I want to mention, and then I'll hand over back to you. In the augmented reality sector, there's a startup from Florida called Magic Leap. They got a funding of $2 billion, and the product was not even public. They got the money from Google, from Alibaba, and I personally thought, okay, why do they invest so much in the early time, and how will they get their return on investment? Who is buying that company in the end? Or because on one hand, you can believe as an investor that this company will make enough profit and revenue that you will get your money back in a few years, or you need to resell it at a certain level. So where's the end of this investment circles? This is quite interesting, and around that you have to find your way, and that's very interesting, but a difficult question to answer.
This leads us already into this consequences that we face from digitalization. Yeah, so additional connectivity. We have a lot of opportunities. We say we want to share we want to stalk people, possibly find out about them. We want to use the benefits of it. But when we talk about the cost, and I don't mean in a business perspective cost, but the wider cost to society, to individuals. What would you see as for instance, ethical dilemmas in this bigger picture of digital connectivity? Tyrone, what is your view about that?
I mean, there's quite a few in terms of how much of our own selves do we hand over to entrepreneurs, for example, right? There's that aspect of it. There is issues of power and politics and trust, in terms of connectivity. We saw in terms of Huawei and the Five Eyes and all these sorts of things in terms of can we trust certain companies with very sensitive information, for example, or the possibility of that sensitive information. None of these things happen without significant ethical and other challenges. But to me, the biggest one is the inequality globally. That you know, I mean, even look at the panel. It's all white guys, and so there is large sections of society and large within the UK or the US or Australia or wherever, or Germany or Austria, wherever you are. There is a lot of inequality within countries, but there are, you know, millions of people that live in poverty that don't have access to any technology or very basic technology. And yes, we have these lovely stories that academics get to study, about frugal innovation, which teaches companies how to be more frugal in their own innovation processes. But the reality is, they don't. There are, you know, millions and millions of people that don't have access to this stuff. So how do we actually ensure that this movement towards you know, a digital future where everything is digitized, even ourselves, you know, brings everyone with it. You know, I think that's a really massive question. And in the end, the final one that I always sort of sit back at night, lying down and thinking about is where is this heading to? Is it, and we kind of discussed it a little bit here, but are we heading to this sort of universal reality that where everyone's the same, everyone has access to the same information, everyone thinks the same thing? You know, the world's run by 3 or 4 companies, right? Since when has a monopoly or a duopoly or oligopoly been a good thing? Right? All of a sudden it's fantastic, right? And everyone's aiming to become this massive company. So all is it actually more like what Nathan was saying, is that it actually gives us more power at the individual level. And of course, when you have, you know, great technology in the house to use, and you know you can afford it, you can do sort of amazing things that where you can sell your music, or you can sell. But what about everyone else, right? So that always is a really key issue. Do we bring everyone with us, or is it an exclusive thing for a particular elite? And to me, it looks like it's going to be more for the elite.
Yeah, I think technically we're at the end of this hour, but it's an important topic, and I also see the questions in the chat, also on LinkedIn one, so I think we can, because the next panel starts in 15 minutes. I think we take a few minutes over time, just 5 minutes maybe, because this ethical issue is something, in my view, very important. And I know, Stefan, you are researching at basically human computer interaction as well. So to quote someone, are we from LinkedIn, are we marginalizing the human touch and values with what we do, or are we just trying to somehow improve human and computer interaction?
So that's actually a very good question. The first pre-question we would need to ask here is, what are human touch and values? If you would all agree on human touch and values, that would be really easy, but we do not. Just to take the example of artificial intelligence, that is, for example, mainly developed, say now the US, and then we try importing it into Europe, whereas Europe has completely different values and cultural sort of norms, and then those algorithms, they act according to, you know, US norms and US values, and here in Europe, not to speak of other countries and completely different cultures. I think this is one of the greatest technological problems we face at the moment. Also, adding to Tyrone, I mean, we all know the debates about inclusiveness in AI. Let's not focus on AI. I mean, the bias that we introduce through gender equality, as well as the inequality of different cultural aspects. Yeah, AI is actually based on our own norms and values, to be honest, because machine learning basically it holds a mirror in front of us. It's not that the machine is racist, actually. Well, it's a mirror of society to a certain extent, unfortunately. Now, I think there's a number of problems here that we have to clarify. And one thing we could do, I think the European Commission, at least here in Europe, wants to do, they want to pour and help, put money into solving this by supporting the understandability of artificial intelligence, the transparency of artificial intelligence, the transparency of data management, so that we know what is done with our data. GDPR, to a certain extent, I mean, GDPR is pretty strict compared to other sort of regions in the world. We now have it implemented. It's not always great, I have to tell you, also as a researcher, I mean, with all these regulations and stuff, but maybe it's a step into the right direction. Also, from our perspective, I mean, we just recently sort of introduced and manifested our ethical board at our school, which just has to make sure that the kind of research with this technology we conduct, that it is to a certain extent compliant with ethical values and norms, and then we actually talk about these things, and that we discuss whether this is something we really want to do or we do not want to do. So the step towards a human digitalized future, I think this is an important one, and there's challenges ahead. Absolutely, I have no solutions for it, unfortunately.
Nathan, now it also got me to unmute the microphone. Classic. I was just about to start without. Maybe final question to the other side of the planet, from here in Innsbruck to Sydney. Nathan, what do you see as biggest ethical challenges? Maybe as a last question, because we are already running a bit over time today.
I think I have a very simple one. So when I was a fair bit younger, I read 1984 by George Orwell. And ever since, it seems like we've been working very, very hard as the civilization to implement all these ideas. I'm not so sure that's what the book was about, but it's getting pretty scary.
So we should use Orwell less as a manual of the future, rather for critical reflection. I mean, you couldn't end it nicer for today. I see we are almost 5 minutes over. Thank you so much to all the panelists for exchanging about these ideas of connectivity, entrepreneurship, the future challenges. Thanks all for being with us. Thanks to Australia. Thanks to Luis Bollinger. Are you in Munich or in Innsbruck just now? Probably in Innsbruck.
Hopefully stop by soon. Yeah.
Okay. Stefan, of course, in local in Innsbruck and surroundings, and Tyrone, thank you to the UK. We will see Tyrone again chairing the next session, which will start in about 10 minutes time. So we take a break to resort a little bit. So at 3:15 local Innsbruck time, 10 minutes from now, we will continue with value networks and digital technologies. And this will be followed up by an open Q&A session chaired by Tyrone and me, where we actually discuss the questions that you also provide through LinkedIn, through email. Send us additional questions. We pick them up. This also gives Tyrone a little convenient area to run slightly over with his debate if the topic is interesting, because you have one panelist more, and we've seen how hard it is to stick to 1 hour with just 5 people in the room. Okay, so thank you again very much to all the panelists. Good night and goodbye, and the rest of us will meet in about 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Bye for now.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Hi there.
Hi everyone. Hi Peter. Hi Siddharth.
Hi, good to see you.
I think I just saw Klaus, but he's disappeared. So the three of us are on air. Just waiting for Sally and Klaus. I saw Klaus on for a minute, but I think Simon probably trying to get in. No. Okay. So Simon should be logged in a minute, and then. Although we lost Klaus, have we? I think we've lost Klaus. There he is. Let's see. So we're just waiting for Sally to get access, and then Simon's logging in.
Tyrone, can you hear me?
Yes. Yep, I can hear you, Sally. If you look at the top of your screen, there'll be.
Yes, it won't let me start my camera.
Oh. Big Lauterbach is trying to help you. Can you see Lauterbach's typing, Sally?
Yeah.
Simon's there.
Simon's here. I just saw him come in. Simon.
I hope you can see me now or hear me.
Yep. I can see Simon, Klaus, Peter, Siddharth. And then we're just waiting for Sally to get on. She's having a couple of problems with the camera.
Yeah, sorry, I had some difficulties logging in with my computer, so.
No problem, no problem. So Sally's going to use Google Chrome. Sally, if you hit the little down button next to the camera, it should let you select camera, and you might need to select your FaceTime camera. Sally, you can hear us though, can't you? Because we can. I think we can also hear you.
I can hear you fine, Tyrone. I'll keep trying.
Okay, but as long as you can hear us, and then we can hear you though. We can hear you fine, and then hopefully the camera thing gets sorted. So we might start. Well, thank you, everyone. Obviously, we've got some digital transformation issues here, but you know, we'll get there. Welcome and thank you for coming to this session. We are going to sort of take a look at the area of value networks and sorry, just one sec. Now I've got problems. 1 second. Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, yes, great. Okay, sorry about that. I think I had a bit of a problem with my headphones. Okay, good. What I'd like to do is just ask each of our panelists to quickly present themselves and tell us a little bit about themselves. You know, about a minute each. That'd be great. Thank you. So let's start from the top and go right from my screen. And we'll start with Peter Mursky.
Yeah, sure. Durham, thank you so much for having me. My name is Peter. I have an entrepreneurial background coming from a family business and an academic career. So I was in the very first days of MCI here at our university, which is almost 25 years ago, so that I've been in academia. My role here is that I'm serving as a Chief Information Officer, but also head of our academic departments, Management, Communication, and IT, which is a business informatics degree, as well as our software engineering academic department, which is much more focused on computer science.
Great, thank you. Thanks. Simon.
Yes, I'm very glad to be here as an industry representative. I work at ThyssenKrupp, one of the largest German corporations with roughly 120,000 employees worldwide. More specifically, I work at ThyssenKrupp Marine Systems. We are located in the north of Germany and build submarines and surface warships for clients worldwide. And it is the responsibility of my business unit to work with customers for the repair, overhaul, and modernization of their assets throughout the entire life cycle of these assets, which is roughly about 50 years. And now the naval industry is very traditional, and one of the challenges we thus face is digitization, obviously. It has to do with acceptance, secrecy, standards, procurement, autonomy, you name it. But obviously there are relevant technologies today that may yield significant economic and operational benefits for us and our customers. And therefore we've decided to create a startup which we call ThyssenKrupp Marine System Services, which I am now the managing director of. And here we have the opportunity to really innovate as we develop and implement new solutions such as augmented reality for maintenance, online ordering for spare parts, 3D printing, performance-based logistics, you name it. So I'm happy to share this today with you and have a lively discussion on that. My academic background is in open innovation, on which I did my PhD. I finished my PhD 5 years ago. Kieran Fernandez was my supervisor, and I was looking at how large companies work with external partners to develop new internal processes, something we call open process innovation. Thank you very much.
Excellent. So spot on the topic. Oh, we lost Sally again. Sally, I think we just lost your picture again. Can you hear us? Yes, coming back. Sally, can you hear us?
Can you hear me, Tyrone?
Yes. Sally, do you want to introduce yourself? We can see your picture now. Which is
okay, good. Finally, fingers crossed this works now. Thanks, Tyrone. So my name is Sally Geyer. I'm the CEO of a non-profit World Commerce and Contracting, an organization with a vision of a world where all trading relationships deliver social and economic benefit. I also chair the board of the Open Contracting Partnership, another non-profit which is dedicated to driving openness and transparency in public sector contracting. And also obviously delighted because today is my first day as professor in practice at Durham University Business School as well. So I'm absolutely thrilled to be with you all.
great. Thank you so much, and congratulations, and welcome to the Durham family. Klaus Rosenberger.
Yeah, happy to introduce myself too, and glad to be with you today. I'm Klaus. I'm co-founder and CTO of Modern Metrics. We are an Innsbruck-based software company. Used to be a startup. I'm not sure when startup life actually ends. Like, the company is now in its 8th year. We've got 30 employees and customers around the world. So I guess it starts growing into a grown-up company. And my background is in management and IT, actually, with a later on specialization in software engineering, and then moving on to service design. And in my role in the company, I bridge the gaps between research design, engineering, and product management, and try to make sure that we deliver value to our customers. And as a company, we actually do build software for customer experience management. So anything around customer journey maps, persona management, portfolios for user and customer experiences. That's, yeah, about it for me.
Excellent, thank you. And Sadat, say.
Hi everyone. This is Sadat Said, and I'm associate professor in entrepreneurship at Durham University Business School. I'm passionate about two basic realms. One of them is startup, and other one is corporate sector. So I try to learn whatever I can learn from entrepreneurs and startups and the strategies, and then try to bring insight and publish those insights and write about those insights, how corporations, big corporations, can really learn from those startup mindset and startup strategies. That is what my passion is mainly about, to translate one side of research to other side of the audience so that they can get benefit out of it. Look forward to speak more about my research and what we're going to talk ahead.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone, and it's great to have you here, and I think you're all ideal for this topic. I just want to explore a few things around value networks and digital technologies specifically, but really sort of starting off and focusing on value networks. But what I wanted to do was, I think it's important to sort of just give a bit of explanation to the listeners and to yourselves in terms of what I take to mean by value network. So the way we conceive of value networks is a constellation of actors, it could be organisations or individuals, who are generating value and providing opportunities to capture value through connections within and across the organisation, and so. A very important aspect of strategy there is to ensure that
Well, I think we lost our moderator.
To ensure that they stay connected.
Sadat, seems you're the moderator now, at least on my screen.
Is it?
Siren is coming back.
Okay,
this is Kieran.
I think while we wait and see what's happening to Tyrone, I think the thing which I think Tyrone was leading on to was the issue around how value networks are created. And I think the idea was value is more than obviously a few things coming together. It is a constellation of things, but these things don't just happen artificially. There are reasons why these things happen and how they connect. I start with the first question and perhaps direct this to Simon. Simon, when we use the term value networks, what are the things that particularly come to mind to you?
Thanks, Kieran. For me, it is actually, and I think this is an important distinction we need to make right at the beginning. For me, it comes down to two things for value networks, without having any prior sort of literature read on the topic. We need to look at the internal and the external perspective. So when I look at our company here, we are set up as a matrix organization. So we have the product departments and we have the EPC departments, so engineering, procurement, construction, and various other support functions. So in order to get anything done, from a discussion with the customer, an initial discussion, to an offer, to an actual project, we need to have a look at that internal value network, bring together and orchestrate all the different disciplines that we have in order to make our company work as a whole and to yield successful projects. But then on the other side, if we look at beyond the boundaries of the company, we obviously also have to manage that, as there are a lot of external contributors to our value networks across the company boundaries. So, for example, managing consultants, technology suppliers. We work a lot with universities and research institutes. And I think it is that perspective that we need to learn on how to manage the internal as well as the external value network in order to create successful processes and products. And obviously, looking at the discussion we have today, we then need to understand which tools to apply and how to apply them and get our people to actually be in a position to be able to use them in order to then advance our business. Thank you.
May I hook into what Simon says, because I could mirror that from the university side, if you wouldn't mind, Kieran.
Absolutely. I pass on the baton to Tyrone now that he's back.
Yeah. Or would you like to step in, Tyrone? Okay, I go ahead. So my point is here exactly the same, what Simon said. I'm taking the perspective of a university, saying also our value networks are in the society, are in the network of the university, and also within the university. So I think the question is much more about, in practical life, how could you govern that system? How could you set up rules and explicit or implicit contracts? So you have, from our side, a lot of very implicit connections to, for example, companies like yours, Simon. Sometimes they get explicit once you get into a contract and you're going to research and you're coming up with a research partnership, but you also have a lot of implicit contracts or partnerships, and the value creation is then to be measured or being put into a governance system. I actually can tell you that I have been spending the last 3 days of the last week for an university audit, and that was 3 days in a row. My question, my auditing guideline, what kind of networks do you provide? How do you steer that? What kind of governance system do you have in place so that also external stakeholders do understand how you foster your strategy, how you explicitly make clear what you're going for, and as we are using public funding, what is the reasoning behind our spending and our strategy. Tyrone.
I mean, what I'm interested to explore with you, and thanks for that, is when I was speaking, my dog ripped out part of my computer, but I got rid of it out of the room. But I was going to sort of talk about this sort of, I'm a bit of a physics tragic. I love reading everything about physics, and I like to use a bit of physics in metaphors and the idea of potential and kinetic energy. And I'm thinking in terms of the potential value in our networks versus the actual value that we're creating at any particular time. Now, what that means is an ability to sort of capture the innovation that occurs within our networks. I was wondering how, if you're trying to capture the value and create the kind of value in networks, what kinds of governance systems or governance mechanisms might we need to be able to do that effectively? One thing is sort of like, I know it was, I think it was Simon was talking about contracts are there for a minute, but particularly Sally, if I go to you, Sally, what do you think are the greatest inhibitors in terms of the sort of innovation and value that we can capture in our value networks, particularly from a legal perspective?
Yeah, so the answer, Tyrone, to that question is contracts. Typically, contracts are a big inhibitor right now, and the approach to contracting can be a real inhibitor as well. And certainly we know from the research that we've done and what we've seen over the last 12 months or so through the pandemic, there's contracts have proved themselves to be fairly vacuous. They haven't been structured to, and typically organizations have relied on the relationship, not on the contract. So, I think in order to create the environment where you're really supporting much greater innovation, you need what we would refer to as a relational approach to contracting, where you're really focused on things like communication, setting your vision and your goals for whatever the project is, creating this sort of no blame culture. I know you're going to come on to talk about culture and people in a moment, but looking at things like gain share and pain share, things like that. And typically we do see innovation being handled often outside of the contract rather than within it.
Let me just move to some, because you would deal with some sort of major contractual relationships between different actors in your ecosystem. Typically, these contracts would tend to be sort of black and white letter law contracts. Is there sort of a movement towards relational contracting within particularly your industry?
So obviously, the question was directed towards me, right? I didn't catch it acoustically, but I think you asked me, right? Okay. So when we look at the contracts for our assets, when we sell a submarine or a frigate or a corvette, obviously these are very black and white contracts in the classical sense. Yes, but when Sally was speaking, I was just thinking about whether we have actually overemphasized the formalism in especially the internal contracting within the past decade or so, because we've tried to put nearly everything in this very complex company that we are into processes, document them, display them to all the colleagues here and at all the other sites we have, to get them to work according to them. And this has, especially when you talk to some of the older colleagues, ruined some of the relational, more informal, or as we said earlier, implicit contracting we had, which actually advance some of our work, because we now have, with these processes and that more explicit, formalistic form of internal contracts, the opportunity for many colleagues to either hide behind those processes or to get sort of stuck in the processes, and therefore not really look towards the realization or the advancement of our product and fostering new ideas, talking about new ideas. So I think it is really about having both. You need to have a very broad funnel to sort of capture new ideas internally or with a look to the market or even other industry, and then successively channel that into a more formalistic and more formalist contracting approach. I think that is what we really need to look at, have a balance of both. And I think in the recent years, we've stressed the formalism too much, not just in this company, but in various industries that I've looked at.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, I would like to add another example from Fujitsu. Fujitsu has been asked actually a couple of years back, from one of their main organization where they are supplier, that we want a supplier, but we want more than a supplier. So we want partner rather than supplier. And that really helped, that really reshaped actually Fujitsu's internal organization system, that how they have been providing different services to their customers. So they had to rethink the whole organization and the whole governance system of collaborating with other partners. And for that purpose, they developed a program called Active 8. It is a IP-free program. There is no contracting, there is no intellectual rights required, but it's more about talking with your customers, what could be their future agendas, what could be their future goals, and having those deep understanding of those business goals that their customers are going to have. Based on those agendas and priorities, providing them targeted solutions and targeted services. That really helped Fujitsu actually to really have a 10-time increase in their first year of their returns, financial returns. So yes, I agree with Simon. It shouldn't have to be formal. Informal cooperation, informal processes also are important for firms.
Sorry, yeah, mic's unmuted. So I think this gets to the issue of things like open innovation, for example, because I mean, one of the difficulties, a number of the organizations that I've studied around innovation, particularly open innovation, is they don't sort of really talk about things like background IP and the IP created. And when we think about what I was saying before earlier in terms of the potential value sitting in organizations that you haven't discovered yet, but the relationships in that value network can create immense opportunities for innovation, whether it's process innovation or other forms of innovation. What do we need to really think about in terms
the dog again? But maybe
Kieran, are you stepping in?
Yes.
We didn't get to find a question, but
yeah. So I think perhaps what Tyrone was trying to get to was the debate between the formality and the informality in contracts and how we try to bring those concepts together, to be honest. Klaus, what might be interesting is, in a way, we sort of heard from Simon and also Sadat on the formal side of things. Do you want to give a sense of your experience, but more from the informal side of things?
Which indeed is the case in the smaller or an SME company, absolutely. While I was listening, or actually in the last over the last couple of years, also my perspective changed. In the beginning, I was like more of the opinion that any formalization hinders delivery or hinders speed in terms of innovation. Well, it was at that time about finding a product market fit for the company, and you are only a handful of people, and it's mostly about those informal trust-based relationships, obviously. But also when we started to grow, I started to gain actually more and more understanding about the need for formalization. In our case, not so much internally yet. Like we don't internally do have formal processes established, especially for critical things like keeping our systems sane and running, or service delivery, like established processes with step-by-step guidelines on how features would be released or things like that. But that's obviously a different magnitude than or a different scale when you deliver ships or submarines than a piece of software. It's just simpler, to be honest, as like I can revert my releases, whereas getting a submarine back to fix something is a different kind of an issue, actually. So I totally respect these things. But what was going on in my head was this, like, where's the sweet spot between those contractual clauses and not doing this? Because what we see in practice is a lot of those organizations, especially the grown ones with huge formal contracts in place, when it goes about innovation, a lot of times those innovation departments end up as silos somewhere else, like maybe even founded as a different organization, because it's just simpler, not trying to embed it within the organization. And I think that's a shortcut that won't pay off in the long run. But that's just my very personal perspective. I think it would pay off actually to go that direction of the more complex approach of trying to harness this journey from informal and quick iterations to more formal processes. And I'd be very interested in the others' perspectives on that.
Yeah. Peter, from your perspective, I mean, you are from an academic perspective viewing some of these questions. I mean, are we on a journey that we have formalized things so much into the conversation that there is no flexibility, there's very limited creativity, or is the balance right, to answer Klaus' point?
Well, Kieran, I would say it is a trade-off, and I think it has always been a trade-off between what you were talking on a very, I would say, on a level where you were very familiar with your contractor and the legal official contract. What I would like to add to our discussion is the digitalization or information technology, because here the technology makes something possible, which is, I would say, at least interesting to see, is that you can really drive transparency. So even if you have contracts, you can make them visible, you can make them available at your fingertips. Otherwise, you would have had to go to the legal department and look into the files, etc. So I think digitalization and also ICT as an infrastructure which helps us to collaborate is something that I would say has the potential to bridge both worlds. If you see how networks like LinkedIn work, you have the official information, but on the other hand, your LinkedIn network also gives you a feeling of trust because you know people who know your friend, for example. So here IT does something, fosters something, speeds up something, which helps us to co-create new things or innovate new things. That will be just my add-on to this discussion at this point. Thank you, Kieran.
Over to you, Tyrone.
Welcome, Tyrone.
Hopefully I don't get knocked out again. I heard the back end of that discussion. It's really interesting. I kind of want to think about, I'd like to ask you about the cultural aspect, because I think in digital transformation particularly, where you try to move to this digital connectivity, there is, and I've had, I've been fortunate enough to study quite a few organizations doing this. And it's kind of shocking that so little emphasis is paid to the cultural aspects of it, the human aspects of it. And I wonder, what's your thoughts on that in terms of when transformation, digital transformation is being implemented, why culture is something that's not really paid attention to the level that it should be? You might disagree with that, but what's your view on that? Let's start with Klaus.
Eventually, so it's indeed a very good question and quite multifold. So I'm just trying to sort my thoughts where to best start with. But essentially, also when thinking about what Peter just said, it comes down to trust, and that actually is like when he was referring to the LinkedIn friend of a friend, like enabler, that essentially what this eventually means, it's like the first building block of a trust-based system, which is a trait in that respect. I do think, and that's something that I observe in our very own organization, is as you standardize stuff, as you formalize processes, as you formalize roles, as you like narrow down different things, this does something to the culture. And I think it works in both ways. Like you can either trigger a cultural change through formalization, or the other way around, alter your culture as like company culture in a way that like in the other way around, by opening up spaces for conversation, enabling that cultural shift. In any way, I do think that it's not a thing that happens from today to tomorrow, but I'm very consciously observing it in my very own organization right now as we go in that direction. And I do really see that this actually changes something in the mindset and also in interactions. And in our personal case, I do see it's a healthy slowdown. Like it's good to think about a few things and to formalize a few things. But I do also see the danger of this to actually really hinder innovation to some respect. But in any case, the cultural situation actually is the main driver, no matter the processes you have in place. Yeah, I guess that's what I wanted to say.
Sally, what about you? What do you think?
So Tyrone, I think culture is huge, and the really important thing here is the attitude and approach. You know, you can write down on a piece of paper that we're going to collaborate. You know, Klaus and I could have an agreement and a piece of paper that says we're going to work together and we're going to collaborate. But what does that mean? It's frankly meaningless sitting on a piece of paper. It requires a commitment, it requires behavior, it requires culture across the two organizations to create that environment. It's absolutely imperative. And when we talk about relational contracting, a huge part of relational contracting is about driving the culture, driving the behavior day after day after day. It has to be embedded within an organization. And the trouble with a lot of people who work in the world of contracting, whether and particularly in the pre-award and putting agreements together, but perhaps somewhat in the post-award as well, that they view themselves as protectors of their organization. They're there to prevent terrible things from going wrong. And unfortunately that, and you know, Tyrone, that we, again, a piece of research that we did on preventism and optimism, it's fascinating. We surveyed the members of World Commerce and Contracting, all of whom work in the field of contracting. They're lawyers, they're project managers, they're commercial, procurement, whatever it might be. And typically in their day-to-day lives, they're a pretty optimistic bunch. They're above average from an optimism perspective. But the moment they walk into work, the moment that they don their work cloak, if you like, become preventist. because that's what they've been taught. And you know, one of the things I'm so excited about in the context of working with Durham is how you can start driving a change in actually the way people are taught. I was a law student. I was taught contract law, and my entire contract law curriculum was all about things that went wrong, all about the case law, all about the bad things that happened. So, you know, that needs to be shifted up a little bit. And I just finally want to share one little nugget, something that I found incredibly powerful. I was privileged to listen to a presentation by Ugur Sahin last week. He is the founder and CEO of BioNTech. And he was talking about the collaboration between BioNTech, Pfizer, and Fosun in the context of developing the vaccine against the pandemic. And there was so much that he said that is entirely relevant to this, but particularly when he was asked about the nature of the individuals that he wanted to be working on that project, to be driving it from his organization. He talked about two qualities that he was looking for in people: emotional intelligence and empathy. Those were the two things. He didn't care about anything else. Those were the two things that he was looking for. So, you know, I think that just really encapsulates how absolutely critical culture and behavior is.
Maybe if I would add something, because that comes to my mind listening to Sally. I would say it is becoming harder and harder to establish culture in a company. In my world, I'm working with a lot of digital startups and digital companies. They sometimes are called network companies because they don't even have one headquarter where all employees can meet. They're just kind of combined through competences and experts from all over the world. So maybe also building trust and culture is something that becomes more and more important the more digital we become.
If I may add something here in line with what Sally said and Peter said and Klaus said previously. I have worked on one paper where I looked at the knowledge flow. So I talked about outside-in knowledge flow and inside-out knowledge flow. So which really means actually that how much you exploit external knowledge and how much you let yourself to be exploited by external audience actually. So for example, think as a university, we exploit other companies' ideas, how they are working together, what innovation systems they have in place, and which, as a researcher, you know, we are always after this kind of data, this kind of observations, and we gather them and then we inference our conclusions on them. But how much we let external audience actually to exploit our systems, our university's knowledge. For example, if we have entrepreneurship related program, how much we let external audience to just come and sit in my MBA classes actually as a just external because they are just interested in the topic actually. So it has to work actually according to me in a both way actually, and it really depends on then culture and the way you so for example the way universities work actually. The first question would be, are they registered students who are going to attend my classes as just an external audience? There will be some bureaucracy to deal with, and there will be this, you know, cultural clash. That how come you just invite externals to, you know, without registration or without some sort of bureaucracy to pass through, they just come and attend your classes actually. So, but my key point here is actually we need to, of course, we always look opportunities to exploit others, but we have to create some opportunities for external audience to exploit us as well, which will bring some opportunities. For example, I give you two examples from the industry now. For outside-in program, Procter & Gamble does have a very good program. It's called Connect and Develop program, where as external SMEs are connected and they bring their ideas to Procter & Gamble. So it's simply Procter & Gamble try to exploit external audience. But there is another example by during this COVID era I happened to see by Medtronic which is a group developing ventilators. So during the pandemic, they have shared their manufacturing process for creating a ventilator, and it's IP free. You're free to copy that model, how to create your own ventilator and come up with your own innovation. So it's basically all inside out. So they let their real key knowledge to be exploited by external audience. So there are two different cultures here, which really represent the two cultures as well. So this is my take on here, actually. We have to create culture which can help us to exploit, of course, other, but be exploited as well.
I would like to add on... into something I want to... Oh, please do, go.
Okay, thank you. Just one quick addition, because I think we all agree on that culture is enormously important to drive innovation and change within any organizational setting, really. But I think it also needs to be considered then that culture can work both ways. When we had a transformational project a few years back in our company, we discovered, and we had an excellent external consultant actually help us with that. So again, the value network across company boundaries, to discover that we had really rigid company myths that had developed over decades, actually, working in a very old company, myths that prevented change from being accepted within the workforce. And we needed to actually understand the myths, where they came from, how they were believed, and how these narratives that were preventing change would be communicated and would make their way through the company, and actually make even new employees that would just start in the company not believe in the possibilities for change anymore. So rather than enforcing change through new organizational structures or tools, we try to understand those narratives, those myths that were being believed, and then try to create a new narrative that would build up on these old myths and find ways to communicate in a way that would connect with what the people were believing here before. And that really helped us to implement an entire new world of processes and tools for over 2,000 colleagues that had to work with them very successfully. So here we really took a very, very strong focus. And again, this is an engineering-driven company. So these soft aspects of change are not well, or we used to be not well accepted. And we really showed and proved the concept that looking at the culture, understanding culture, then developing the narrative, building on that culture to try to work with those myths that were accepted already to create change within the company and advance our operations here.
Well, it's really interesting. I think it relates to a kind of a question I have. If you think, Simon, particularly you're working with the defence, companies, defence industries, and I've found studying some military organisations where they're trying to be innovative, but the nature of the contracts with the suppliers and the companies they're working with restricts them from being innovative because of things like background IP and all these sorts of things. So I'm noticing particularly some quite big companies in the defence industry are making it quite restrictive for military organisations to innovate, for example, and to leverage from the value that they're creating internally because of those contracts. what kinds of sort of, how might we change the relationships in that respect, where we can sort of ensure that the client is able to, you know, innovate effectively without sort of, you know, really being tied to some of the contracts they have with their suppliers?
If you're asking me from the perspective of an industry representative from the defense industry, yes. I think, yes, this is actually a very particular industry, a very peculiar industry, because obviously formalism in a way with both our customers and our suppliers is very high. It is very high because our customers are exclusively nation states. You know, they have their bureaucratic systems that are highly formalized, regardless of what country we're actually talking about, and they don't have the same sort of innovative pressure at the moment. This always depends on the political situation, obviously, but at the moment, thankfully, you might say, there is not so much this pressure for innovation. So we maybe from the user perspective, so when we talk about submarines, the pressure for innovation is with the Navy. But who actually buys the submarines? Not the Navy, but the procurement departments, the Ministry of Defense, the procurement department, and they work their processes regardless of whether they are buying a frigate, a submarine, or something completely different, like chairs for the offices of the Naval Directorate or something. You know, so I think this is something that has quite a legacy in the defense business, and that we will have to deal with, and that we cannot really change from the industry side, because this really has to be changed within the very formalistic and bureaucratic customer side in this case. And I think this might be very different, and I'd be curious to hear how this would work in a B2B rather than B2G, as in business to government relationship.
Business to government, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, you're seeing, you know, a movement towards working with smaller, innovative firms, and you know. So it's going to be interesting to see how it evolves in that particular industry. What about in education, Siddharth and Peter? Are we more free to be innovative, or what's your take on that?
Or maybe I start. I would say, well, universities have to be more innovative than they have ever been before. I think we face a huge challenge as also the role of universities in our society is massively changing. People expect more and more, I would say, training on skills which are easier to learn, easier to dive into, very closely related to the things they really need to do on their job. And I think that digital contact, digital learning, workplace learning is really on the rise, and many institutions, not only universities, also corporate universities, for example, or corporate training institutions are also part of this value network, which we are all in and which we have to design also as the official part in this educational field. So I think innovation is our day-to-day business, and the pace is getting faster and faster.
I agree with Peter. We as a universities have to be even much more innovative than we have been before COVID era. But we have seen a quite dramatic progress in terms of innovation processes within universities during this COVID era, where we have seen transformation happening, really moving so quickly to digital platforms, and no one was even questioning why we are moving and what about my intellectual property rights of my knowledge and my sharing, and you are recording everything what I know and I have gathered based on my previous 20 years of experience or so. So no one really questioned about it as well. So it was that smooth. But on the other hand, I do feel we need to be more innovative. We need to learn from other industries how they are performing their jobs. For example, there is a research going on how remote work teams are going to work when they are not in their offices, they're not with their traditional colleagues, and they are not in their traditional culture and the environment that we used to motivate them. So now how are you going to motivate them while they're working from their home offices or working from their homes? What technologies can really enable those relationships between a person and his organization? Same applies to university contacts, where we have to think about new remote technologies that student can think, I'm as a facilitator or a teacher, it's just very close to him as I used to be in traditional environment. So we have to really learn from those technologies and try to embed those technologies in our education sector.
Tyrone, you're
Tyrone.
Still.
I think someone, I think it mutes itself. I don't know. I'll blame the technology. I just want to close now with just a quick question to all of you, so we can close this session. But where do you see, in terms of digital connectivity and digital technology, where do you see your industry going? So let's start with Klaus.
Happy to do so. I guess we're in the middle of that process. So where I see, I would argue we are on the transformational ratio quite far on the completely digital, switching our operation from in-office to home office is a matter of hours, but not years in our case. So it's this company was set up like that by default. But further down the road, what I do actually think is going to happen is, and again this goes into formalization actually, is what we see is that this mythical cloud and digital providers is still something that, both from a contractual perspective, but also from a technological perspective, still didn't really get into the heads of the organizations. And the further you go to government, the more this becomes actually an inhibitor again. So what I do believe is that we are going to see some kind of a robust contracting framework within which organizations can move quite freely. So what I mean by that is, for instance, that an organization sets up guidelines for their departments within which they can freely choose which tools they're going to use for their work. And for instance, as long as something is hosted with a certain provider, or as soon as something has a certain certification. So I think that is something that will see dramatic standardization, as the current processes there are just not reasonable anymore. And that's where I would totally chime into what Sally said in the beginning, is that contractors try to be protectors, but actually they do inhibit cooperation in that very moment without doing it on purpose, of course. But that's then what's happening. And so there I see a lot of potential for streamlining those processes.
That probably feeds nicely into you.
So much to say, Tyrone, but just to wrap up from my perspective, I mean, I think, and before I answer your question, Peter was talking about culture in our remote environment, and I think, ultimately we've got to remember that culture is about shared beliefs. You don't have to be physically together in order to convene around shared beliefs, and I think we've all learned so much over the last 12 months, and it's different. It's hard, sometimes harder, perhaps arguably, but you can create culture even in a remote environment. Technology is so important. Our ability to network, again, one thing I think some people have really embraced this and others haven't. That over the last 12 months, we've really had, we've had the opportunity to embrace networking at a scale that we previously wouldn't perhaps have envisaged, because we'd be so focused on our physical network around us. But now we can really embrace global network, cross-industry thinking, cross-cultural, cross-geography thinking. It's really, really powerful. Technology is enabling that. And finally, from a contracting perspective, technology is playing a huge part now. We've got to create data flows within organizations, data flows across organizational boundaries. We're embracing things like smart contracting increasingly. So technology is going to play an enormous part in the future of contracting.
Siddharth.
I agree with Sally actually. But with the last 12 months actually really has taught us actually that we have to think globally actually, and there are resources that you can use, and I have seen my classrooms becoming more global actually as compared to before COVID era, where I have many people participating and helping my students actually all over the world as a guest speaker, as a trainer, as some sort of mentor. Actually, I had recently been teaching one of the class where I have had mentors and guest speakers from Italy, from America, from India, from Pakistan, from many parts of the Europe actually, which would have never been possible in traditional environment where I would have been very much narrowed. And in the past, I've been actually, to be honest, very much narrowed, and finding networks which are closer to Durham and who can really travel to my classroom, and even ignoring the ones sitting in London actually, bearing in mind there is a travel cost and time that person is going to commit. So I've been very much narrow in my mindset, but last 12 months really taught me actually why I have to be narrowed actually. World is open, and you have to find your own opportunities which matches with your taste and style and the objectives that you have in your mind.
Peter, and then I'll finish with Simon.
All right. Yeah. The question was, how is our industry affected? I would say, well, on the background of what we said, the education industry or universities per se came from creating knowledge, went to teaching the created knowledge, then we went to curating knowledge, kind of offering nice buffets for learners. Maybe today we are in the phase of co-creating knowledge together with companies in our networks. I think the real challenge for those who want to survive in our industry are those who are able to create learning experiences. I think that is the new way. And those who can orchestrate that together with their networks, building on trust, but also creating that, I would say, that experience to learn and to develop yourself, those will survive. Thank you.
Simon.
Thank you. Well, I think as with any working system, it really is about the balance. Before the pandemic, we were facing a position in the company where we had hardly any remote work, hardly any home office, as we call it here, and a lot of business trips to our customers worldwide and to the construction sites. Then with the pandemic, we witnessed a radical change. We now have almost 100% of our people, especially those working in offices, working from home. We have hardly any business trips, and this does affect our business, and this also does affect the well-being of our employees. So we need to find a way of actually balancing the remote work, as an example, and the work on site. And I think it is for us to both for practitioners and for academians to find ways of understanding how technology can help us, can enable us to balance both digitization and the actual physical on-site work in order to have a successful future business. Thank you.
Well, I think we'll draw it to a close now, and I just want to thank you all for really engaging, even though I disappeared a few times and I couldn't hear you a little bit, but it was wonderful to listen to you and get some insights in terms of your views and experiences. So thank you very much. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to move into the Q&A panel session with Marcus and myself.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day. Bye.
Bye-bye. Get kicked off. Marcus, my Wi-Fi is just terrible.
Okay, I think we're back online.
Oh, are we?
So welcome back. After two panels, I've seen a lot of things discussed, interesting points brought in, and I'm sure Tyrone will join me in a second. I noted, I mean, one of the ideas in this session is also to discuss and to respond to questions that were brought toward us during the sessions while we talked. And one of the questions, apologies, I have here on my screen is also addressed digitalization at a very early stage. Yeah, so new challenges, and I think this is something that we discussed towards the end. I think Simon closed where he argued that it's hard work. Regarding the transition, we need to take care of or consider the well-being of our employees. And if I noted correctly, Simon said balancing remote work and work on site is something that we need to get right. So he was talking about a balance. I think this idea of a balance is what we actually should bear in mind. This fits with recent developments in the field of occupational psychology. If we look at, for instance, this idea of, which I think had a very good run for the past decade, the job demands resource theory, it would actually say, yes, the way we structure job characteristics like demands and resources, it's getting a bit more complex now when the theory has advanced, but it actually argues that work-related outcomes such as burnout and engagement are the result of how we actually balance demands and resources. And I think this is something that fits to the question we received, where harsh pulsing, Vilku is asking us, one of your MBA students, Tyrone, you might probably know well. What do you think are challenges we might face? And I think the balance of traditional analog and digital elements, if it comes to your work environment, if it comes to how you get in touch with customers, I think is this a healthy way to think about a balance between, or is it something should we just morph more into the digital world? What do you think, Tyrone?
It's hard to predict because things shape. They generate form as they occur, and so if we view this as a process of becoming, all we can do is sort of predict what will happen based on our biases and sort of assumptions. It's really because, people have more agency than we give them credit for, so they will shape things to suit themselves and to suit their situation. And in other aspects, there'll be, I keep harping on about it, but there'll be sort of inherent power in play, and there will be those who are left behind, and there will be those who will be worse off, right? And so, but it's hard to predict sort of how this is going to evolve, and we really need to be doing a lot of research on this, and really trying to think about and try and imagine where these might go. But there's no,
you mentioned, You mentioned we need to do a lot of research on that. I think this is something where we can see a lot of developments at the moment. I remember one of my colleagues in a forum where he was asked in the field of international HR, what do you think might be a good topic for a PhD research? And he answered everything that goes into digital and human resource management should be easily to argue regarding relevance and scarcity of research. Yeah. So I agree. This is something that we need to research. But this brings me to another point that was raised when we talked about linking it to something that Peter Mirsky said. He said our future will survive, or institutions will survive who manage not only to co-create knowledge, but to make it an experience. Yeah, so I think he said, if we manage to create an orchestrated experience, yeah, for learners in this case, for customers in another context, I think this is something which links to what you say. If we try to get it right for us, I think this is customers. They will also see what suits them. Yeah, and now after a year of pandemic, and also with a lot of online teaching that we had before as well, people actually enjoy to physically get together, and so you see that a lot of people pick on purpose a format that suits them, supporting what you just said. And this is just an invite. It's even though it says on the program, it's the two of us. Of course, the colleagues who are still logged on, if they want to join, if they say, Markus or Tyrone, there's a please to switch on your camera and just join. Newer theories. I also saw something reflecting through the debate very strongly for the past two sessions, which is a very dated concept or theory. This little formula. I think when I who said it? I think Sally said that we need employees with who, for instance, bring the ability to network, to make use of the technologies, entire data flows. We need to be able to do this. So this leads me to this simple idea of ability times motivation times opportunity brings performance. And she said for long years we had the opportunities, and we are now refining. We are enhancing data flows in organizations. Now we have messages for, and this is directly also responding Harshpal Singh's question, we have the challenge to develop staff to match up to the challenges that new technologies bring. But also, and this is linking to the culture point, that was really like a nice thread running through your past session. We also need to have the employees in organizations motivated to be part of it. Without the motivation, is even if they're well trained, even if we have the opportunities, they might not be very happy to support it. So this very dated A times M times O, I would say in the digital world, gets additional importance, yeah, or a renaissance, if you wish. I see Kieran. Yes.
Yeah, Kieran, yeah. But the culture's used, you know, it's interesting, the discussion on culture, because you could argue that, so there's an idea that a strong culture, a unified culture is good for the organization. The reality is, you know, cultures are fragmented. There are lots of cultures within culture, you know, and it's also, you know, wrapped up in identity. So the challenge there in terms of culture is to really be clear about what we mean. You know, a lot of the statements around culture are really sort of quite broad, and I'm not sure how it actually addresses the issue of, for example, the barriers between different parts of an organisation, the silos that occur, or this entrenched way of doing things which are critical to you know, someone's identity, right? So if we go deeper than culture, we go into identity. The area of identity becomes really important, understanding how people identify with their work, with their profession, with their organisation, and these sorts of things. And you don't see much about identity, you know. So more than, I mean, you can have trust, right? But trust can be terrible. If everyone trusts each other, then no one questions anything that happens, because you trust people are doing things in certain ways, and this is how, you know, many different, you know, disasters happen in organisations. You know?
You're talking about Ricky Gervais, The Invention of Lying, when everyone trusts. I think that is the movie that comes to mind for me there.
That could be, yeah.
When you say, oh, Kieran, you logged in.
Kieran. He looks frozen.
I mean, you know, all those, you know, to this particular conversation, the way I view, particularly to answer, you know, some of the questions you raised from Harshpal Singh and Mahendra Kari, was, you know, the digital world and sort of the physical world, I view them more. There's a classic painting, 1948 painting by Maurice Aischer. And that was, if you remember, there are two hands, and the two hands are painting one another. It's a classic painting where one hand is painting the other hand. And the question is, which hand is painting which hand? And I think we need to view the digital world and the physical world in that context. Is the digital world driving behavior in the real world, or is it the real world that is driving behavior in the digital world? Now, if you look at the concept of digital twinning very specifically, as a very specific example, now there is a lot of example. Now, Singapore is a classic example where all COVID strategies were tried out in the digital world and then implemented in the real world. And what they were learning in the real world was feeding back into the digital world, and that was again feeding back into the real world. There wasn't really this artificial differentiation saying one is different from the other. So I think the conversation we seem to be having, particularly on what is driving which culture and which culture needs to feed back, I think a better perspective is to view these both co-evolving at the same time.
I mean, what you're saying, Kieran, from an academic point of view, also matches with what we see in international business when we talk about where will culture evolve, not organizational cultures, but our culture. Do we have convergence or divergence? And then I think Ralston and colleagues brought out the CHIPS Decade Award paper and arguing that there's cross-vergence, that instead of actually having this question whether it will be two different things or whether they will somehow find their way together, he argued that cross-vergence brings a new idea of how culture could look like. So this amalgamation, or where you say one hand painting the other while the other is painting the other hand, I think this is reflected nicely there in this, and probably when we look into the how our understanding of culture might evolve, maybe we go back to the discussions or debates we had in the past about national cultures and what is happening. Yeah, I mean, of course, you see tendencies of convergence. Now we have this panel in English. I'm a German-speaking person. My last German-speaking paper is 14 years old. I published mainly in English. So of course you have some areas of culture will converge, other areas will remain distinct. But I also see that some new aspects emerge, and cross-vergence, this concept might explain what you just said.
Speaks to colonization, right? And that a lot of the digital technologies are coming from specific countries, and it's kind of this colonialization of the world through technology, right? Now, and this relates to sort of what I was saying earlier in terms of are we kind of traveling towards a world where everyone's the same, right? Or are we going to really emphasize the importance of differences, right? And the importance of things like diversity and diversity of opinion, and even things that we don't like to hear or don't like to see, right? It seems we kind of, partly it feels like we're moving to a world where it's all big business and all big government, right? And so there kind of seems to be a sort of a movement away from, very vibrant, very healthy ecosystem of small businesses, and I think that's dangerous, right? Where Google and Microsoft and, they tend to buy up everything and they tend to dominate everything. Everything we use is by 3 or 4 companies, right? Even to the point where, it becomes a verb, I Google you, right? I'm using a company name to say what I've done to you. Okay, so there's more deeper philosophical questions there to ask about where we're going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we had similar developments earlier. I remember that we say, can you hoover the floor quickly? So we have verbs for replacing for quite some time. But what I found interesting is, I think going back to the first panel where Nathan actually said, we will be on the side of discovery when it comes to entrepreneurial activity, because if I remember correctly, he said there is some degree that people want to remain indulgent. And so because they are indulgent, we try needs. Okay, so I thought that actually sounds like even though I don't like this research too much, this sounds like Hofstede's 6th dimension, where he argues that there are national differences regarding the degree societies embrace restraint or indulgence. And when you say that would mean that digital entrepreneurship might more follow the creation theory in more restrained society and might more be on the side of the discovery theory in more indulgent societies. So we might still, I mean, that is just some took away from today's sessions, which I think is quite an interesting thought to follow up. How is entrepreneurship looking like? And we just have this debate. Will there be this sort of convergence, or I think I heard the word standardization from put forward, and standardization and its dangers from Klaus Schwarzenberger mentioned this earlier. So I think this is something that we could look at, standardization depending on what types of culture. More on the side of the discovery theory in more intelligent societies. So we must still, I mean, that's away from today's session, which I think is quite an interesting thought to follow up. How is entrepreneurship like? And we just have this debate. Will there be this sort of convergence, or I think I heard the word standardization from put forward, standardization and its dangers from Klaus Schwarzenberger earlier. So I think it's something that we could look at in culture societies.
Yeah, no, I think the point you make, Marcus, is very good about standardization, but I think it also links to what Tyrone is linking to. I mean, in the whole debate on colonization, the way we think about certain paradigms. Now, there is, as you know, innovation, quite a bit of work being done around the whole idea of jugaadation. And the basic premise there is, why should innovation be done in a specific way? That's the question. And the answer is, it doesn't. In fact, there are many examples that show you when so regional and cultural and how innovation is done, the need for innovation, and where we are going with innovation. I think this is the question which also came up in both the panels, in fact, and also I think Tyrone linked to it, saying is, where are we going with all this? And the answer is, what we should be very mindful rather of is, there is no one standard answer to innovation. There is no one standard process to innovation, because how people apply these within their own context is different. And there are several examples in Jugaad innovation from both India, from Sri Lanka and Pakistan, China, where some very innovative solution to some exceptionally complex problems have been resolved without necessarily using the paradigms we consider should be used in that context.
There's a paradox. So the paradox is, I wouldn't. My vision for the digital revolution is that it empowers and it enables people, particularly at the fringes, to have power in terms of ideation, co-creation, in terms of innovation, in terms of inputs in things, especially people in the organisation that might never have had a voice, right? The way it is being implemented is as a control system, right? So it's actually just producing more of the same. How do we manage, and how do we minimize risk? And so there's a tension there that you're seeing, where digital technology has this amazing capability, produces an amazing capability for you to do really innovative stuff around strategy formulation, around ideation for innovation, around problem solving, particularly around wicked problems. But it's kind of being implemented in a kind of ethos opposite to that. So, how many times it becomes a kind of just another managerial tool rather than a opportunity for immense innovation and change.
Yeah, I think just taking a quick look at the time, I think we were reminded that 16:45 we should give the participants also some time to take a breath, refresh their beverages. This is one thing that at a on-site, on-campus debate, we would of course not worry about. We would stand outside, coffee break, some nice exchanges. That is a challenge we still need to resolve. But actually, I think we can close here. Say thank you for those who followed us up until now, and remind them that at 5 p.m. in about 14 minutes, we will continue and we'll have the live talk with Anastassia Lauterbach, where this topic might get some additional impulses. And so from my end, to all who were with us today, thank you very much for joining in. Thank you very much for posting your ideas. Of course, thank you very much also to our panelists who gave quite some input. I took a lot of notes today. I only had time for some of them to feed them into the discussion. So thank you very much. And we meet you all back in 14 minutes, 5 p.m. Innsbruck local time.
Thank you, Marcus. See you all shortly.
See you all shortly. Bye.
See you.
Hörst du mich laut genug?
I will open the session. And then I think you will Ladies and gentlemen, dear students, dear alumni, dear guests, dear partners, dear friends and stakeholders of both Durham University Business School and MCI, the Entrepreneurial School, I'm more than pleased to welcome you all out there, wherever you may be now, all over the world, for this final session, our final keynote and discussion with respect to the virtual global debate which we have been doing jointly together this afternoon. Thank you so much to all the participants on the panel, to the chairs, to the moderators, to our friends in Durham, Susan Hart, Kieran Fernandez, and all the others who have been contributing so well to this debate. Now, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all, but to welcome and introduce briefly our keynote speaker, our distinguished guest for this final session. Let me express a very, very warm welcome to Dr. Anastassia Lauterbach. Welcome. Thank you for being here, Anastassia.
Thank you so much.
We have a weak connection. Perhaps we shall put down the resolution.
Is it?
I think we are better now. Please.
Okay. So I'll just jump in and introduce myself quickly. I am a professor for AI data and data ethics in Potsdam, and very soon I will be taking on some courses in Innsbruck as well. I'm very excited about it. I am author of the AI Imperative, which is a book dedicated to people who are not necessarily technologists background. Those people might be in business development, they might be in policy, they might be corporate leaders trying to understand new data technologies and how to deal with those. So this is one pillar of my existence. My second is I do trying to help them to implement new data technologies. So I started in cybersecurity, and in time I deeper and deeper into AI, machine learning technology, especially with focus on time series and computer vision. And last but not least, I sit on corporate boards in the United States, UK, in continental Europe, in Germany, and in the Netherlands, and last but not least in so that's about me, and I would be delighted to have a conversation with you to understand what is your interest in AI and why do you think it would be important to translate AI to the broader audience, to the broader world, and to actually make AI fulfill this data full potential promise, which has already empowered great brands around the world.
Thank you so much, Anastassia. And I think we can deal with the weak connection just in case anything occurs. Let us know. I could hear you well now. Thank you so much for taking down the connectivity, or actually the resolution. Now, the topic we have been choosing for this keynote is artificial intelligence in business and artificial intelligence as a business. Now, actually, there is two sides to it, as you have been briefly describing already, and we have been presenting in the topic. What would you think, or how would you like to get started, with the first one or with the second one? Please go ahead.
So it's obviously very interrelated. Let me just start by saying that we are in an era of kind of a cold war over code data. So this is how I define it. And obviously data can be leveraged with all kinds of instruments, and machine learning tech, which is just one piece of AI, it's not the full AI, plays a huge role in that. And if we take on the internet historically, we can see that internet was born as a stateless medium. So stateless in terms of, it was very focused on protocols. It was never focused on storage of data. And all those wonderful, simple protocols could get packages of data from A to Z. And then obviously platform companies evolved around internet, and they were providing services for free, and they needed to figure out how to benefit from those services, from those products. This is how we kind of entered the slippery slope in what is now called surveillance capitalism. When data is being stored centrally, this internet was not born in a way to say it has to be stored centrally. It could have been stored in any place. But this is how those platform companies, those started to developing monetization on data, storing data centrally, and then developing a technology stack to make the full benefit of what they had. And at the beginning of around 2001, beginning years, the value of platform companies was actually quite low. So if we look at DAX, top companies, it was much more valuable that all the platform companies combined. But now in the year 2021, even the Alphabet One company, this platform company, initially, the value of this company is more than the whole DAX companies combined. And those are big brands like Allianz, Daimler, Munich Re, Volkswagen. So, and the value is leveraging data and utilizing data technology for the benefit of those who get that. So, and I am talking in my book about so-called data-centric businesses. So to be capable to leverage this data, those platform companies, and we have traditional suspects on the west coast of the United States, such as Alphabet, Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon, and who did I miss? Facebook, right? And then we've got a number of companies in China, so Tencent, Alibaba, partly Huawei, so Baidu, those huge platform companies, they started building a whole stack focused on hardware and software. In hardware, they started developing their own semiconductor, their own silicon, make the whole system to leverage data in the best shape and afford. So, for example, Google developed TPUs, tensor units, where actually the knowledge on TensorFlow, on the computer, which is quite widespread in semiconductor. And we have the same attempts in Amazon. So they invest heavily in semiconductors. Apple, the brand I've forgotten, they invested in their own silicon. And then on top, of course, they have the knowledge on how to build the best data center technology, cloud technology, to store actually, how to make it in the most environmentally friendly way. But still, I mean, there are question marks on the energy utilization in those data centers. they started thinking how to make the whole tech stack perform best for analysis. And this is when that was all evolving. One data scientist, Peter Norvig at Google, found out that algorithms at some point in time performed, no matter what kind of algorithms, the more data you were throwing into the pipeline. And this is where this whole war around data and data collection exploded and started, and data entering those companies, sitting there and being leveraged for experimentation, for building new services and products, and software was enabling this data transformation into products and services. The R&D department in those companies all work very closely together with commercial piece of the company to ship products and services to the users, and actually people became users. And actually customers were all those brands paying advertising money to those giants. And this is actually what we have nowadays in terms of data economy. So the applications exploded and evolved, and the companies started to claim that they were very holistic. They were capable to democratize. Where I have my first question marks. AI in business and as a business. So as a business, Google and Co are shipping, and us, we are using, or brands are using pieces of technology like Amazon Cloud to do what they wish to do to survive in the digital age. And companies are making more and more money, learning from what they get in terms of data, developing the new pipeline of products and services, and we have this cycle. Startups are excellent only, in my eyes, from my experience, where we see they are specialized and they have quite a good feeling for a domain. Might it be, for example, in computer vision or in time series? Computers looking, for example, into tumors and being capable to discover pixels unseen to human eye, and then decide whether we have maybe some type of cancer. So this is where computers excel, or some engines which are capable to translate languages in quite quickly in very, very good quality. So those products and services, if a startup is hugely specialized, then I see great results and massive actually access in this industry. And this is when I see a startup claiming that it can democratize AI and it can do everything, I am very concerned. And actually the technology, which might be holistic in a sense, might not be very well working if you take this technology into your corporate, into your business. So you might see a lot of issues, as you just need a very solid corpus of data to train machine learning models. This is how it works today. And I will, of course, address how it might work in the future, as in this model, we are all trapped, more or less, and there is a very few areas to maneuver for small businesses, for nonprofits, for municipalities to benefit from data. So this is kind of, the overall AI as a business. In terms of AI in business, of course, AI is truly beneficial because it can do some jobs to augment humans, and it can give us a lot of knowledge, as computers are capable to recognize what we human can't because of our senses and overload of information. So everything which is correlation, causation, computers can see better. And Andrew Ng actually was claiming that AI is the electricity of our century. And this is the way to go when AI is entering each and every branch of society, of economy, powering industries, be it agriculture, be it energy, be it something in medical, healthcare, education. So we see convergence and fusion of different propositions powered by AI. And this is why Kelly, who is the founder of Wired and very recognized technologist around the globe, he's saying that the business of the next 10,000 companies is quite clear. You take something and then you add AI. So what he thinks, take something and add machine learning. So this is how the economy is evolving right now. And the competitive edge is when you take what you have in terms of the domain expertise, enrich it with the data, and then power this product or service with technologies which might be customized for your purpose. So this is more or less what is happening today. So we see a lot of great applications, but we see a lot of misuse and abuse of power from those large companies. And this is where legislation is entering into the picture. And you might know that European Union introduced a new legislation, which I call GDPR for AI. And this legislation is very much focused on beneficial use of AI and just reducing biases in many AI technologies. So, for example, face recognition, everything around biometrics, those technologies can be misused, of course, or if a bank is introducing credit rating system and the machine takes on decision whether to provide a loan or not to a certain person, and is not actually recognizing the uniqueness of this person, clustering this person in what it has behind the screen. So EU is very much dedicated to technology and use biases, but the whole legislation is full of loopholes, and it's actually not clear how they are going to judge what technology might be misused or not, and what is a bias on its own, and who is there in the European Union who will judge what technology should be kind of, cleaned up, made more transparent. Who is there to judge whether a certain product and service might be introduced? And take me on my word, so huge platform companies, all those Alphabets and Amazons of this world, they have all the lobbying money to maneuver in this space. Small companies don't have this power. And I am actually quite critical whether we should introduce a holistic legislation without talking in this legislation on how to empower innovation on the continent. And this is actually where my heart is, how to make AI beneficial to any business of any size, a business which is not capable to hire, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of data scientists, which is a very rare profession even now, business which might lack financial means to invest into data centers and their own software. So how to make AI be beneficial for everyone? And this is where actually I focus my research, where I am very focused personally. And I think that on the continent, in Europe, this is actually what should be addressed on a larger scale. And there is a technology or technology family which might give us the benefits of data independently of our size and financial means. And I'm here talking about blockchain technology and distributed data markets on distributed decentralized ledger. How does it work? What is the idea? So you require special protocols to do this. But this is actually a place where, for example, someone owning data, it might be, for example, an R&D facility in Innsbruck, and they collect this data on server for forwards. So this data is sitting there with all kind of variation on the injury. The data set might be tremendously valuable, and the hospital or an R&D facility does not know how to leverage it. And it might want to do something with that, maybe looking into new approaches to do better surgery, maybe developing hardware, some instruments for better surgery, but it doesn't know how. So it needs somehow to attract data scientists, and there aren't probably too many data scientists on the ground in Austria or in Innsbruck. So they need to meet somewhere, and this happens on the data market. So powered by new blockchain protocols, for example, like the protocol of the Ocean Foundation, which is a nonprofit in Berlin and Singapore developing this technology. So the data set enters the ocean market space, and it actually gets evaluation mark because they are people which might be very interested in getting this type of data. Some corporate might want to get access, and of course the control is with Innsbruck, with the owners of the data set in Innsbruck. And then there are software developers, there are data scientists on the platform which might want to work and develop something with this data set. And this is the place where they meet, and it's just wrong to assume that every best data scientist or software engineer works for those huge platform companies or data-centric companies. They might sit somewhere in, I don't know, in some small village and not wanting to move into big city, or not wanting to move, not willing to move into environment. So he needs to work with something. He has the skill set, but he lacks data. And this is where they meet. And then actually work can be performed. And I think that this is the way to go for small businesses, for municipalities to build infrastructure and leverage the power of data with which they are very deep and clear to them. So which of course somehow disrupt the model of those huge giant big tech powering their platforms. And you need investments, you need thinking, experimenting with stuff like that. And this is what is completely foreign to the thinking of European Union, even to the project, which is all around cloud, this Gaia 10 project. They are not very focused on how and being clear on actually the maturity of those distributed ledger technologies in the modern world. So this is number one. Number two is we learn with large brands that huge data, big data sets is great. But the point is that sometimes for very dedicated environments, big data creates a lot of noise, and you might get false signals. And maybe those corporates won't actually develop fantastic technologies to, for example, track really rare diseases. It might not be commercially interesting for them, but it might be commercially interesting for a niche player. And to do this, you need to have skills to work with small data sets. And I would wish that there's more investments, more projects around small data sets and how to work with something which is limited in its scope and what will work. And here it's a lot of fine-tuning and developing actually new algorithms. The majority of contemporary tech was developed maybe in the 50s, in the 60s, and in the 70s. Yes, of course, I understand ImageNet and Fei Li, who, by the way, is a board member now with Bayer in Germany. So she is the mother of ImageNet, and she teaches AI in Stanford, and she developed new approaches around 2008, 2009, 2010. But it's not enough. Computer vision is not enough. We need more, and we need new things and new algorithmic developments to best the purposes of small data, which requires manual work as well. So everything which is around privacy and everything which is around working on distributed computer environments, which will require to disguise what is data or who is the person in the data set. This is very interesting, very beneficial, and they are great examples in dealing with problems like that. So, you know, they are approaches, and I would wish that the policymakers are looking into those instead of just saying, we dislike biases, I do too, right? It's like the technology being unethical, making some unethical decision, I do too. But just by forbidding and leaving a lot of loopholes and forming some new commissions. For me, it's a movement into bureaucracy rather than into how can we fix it and how can we really provide tools and means to broader economy to benefit from AI, to truly put AI behind what they have and actually to make the whole world a better place. So that's probably very holistically on the topic, and I would love to deep dive one or another aspect of it on your questions.
Thank you so much, Anastassia, for sharing your views and letting us get insight into a phenomenal development, which you have been describing so well. Now, there is the opportunity, you have already mentioned that, there is the opportunity to send questions, and I've been already receiving some questions, and please send them to Global Debate, one word, Global Debate @mci.edu. I repeat, Global Debate @mci.edu. Now, Anastassia, you have been mentioning European legislation and pointing at legislation in general. Now, actually, aren't we talking about a global power play, especially between the United States? You have been mentioning Alphabet, you have been mentioning Apple and Amazon and so on. But the one side is the United States, and the other side is, assumingly, China.
Yeah.
But where is Europe in this game? And please, our dear friends at Durham University Business School, please allow me to include UK in the terminology of Europe now. Where is Europe in this global power play?
So Andreas, this is a brilliant question, and I think that Europe doesn't know yet for sure. And we have a number of trends here, which are of course connected to AI as well. Onboard infrastructure, transmission infrastructure, wireless, wireline. Those technologies will be provided. So we have a couple of domains. So the first is, of course, the whole discussion 5G. And we have those huge players like Huawei, right, a Chinese company. And it was a huge debate in Europe whether to align with Huawei or not. So United States said we are not going to go with Huawei. And Ericsson, of course, benefited tremendously from this. And probably we need more in this space just to ensure that we have competition. It's been difficult. Huawei and ZTE were disrupting pricing around the globe from the initiation of mobile era. And we need 5G to power IoT networks, to be more connected, to ubiquitous in terms of services and experience, of course. So this is one battle. Another battle is semiconductors. And this is something which is, so I used to be European CEO of Qualcomm. So this is a domain which is very close to my heart. Avoiding Chinese deals around semiconductors, this is something to watch. And the IP, the war over intellectual property, I'm just saying that probably China is like 3 years behind on the best chipsets, but they will catch up. And here, I think Europe is greatly advised to truly support Taiwan, as the production manufacturing is based a lot in this geography, Taiwan and China, so that's an issue. So this in China, just the mentality, everything is translated into national security questions. So there are tensions. It's very difficult to see this as black and white play. And the US, of course, pushed tremendously against China. And now, of course, Europe is sitting there in between. And actually, the innovation on the continent is not on the level of those two powers. Just to give you some flavor, so Gaia 10, a cloud project, they want to invest approximately like 2.4 million a year. I'm sorry, Huawei in terms of cloud or in Amazon, they spent this much in a week. This is just, it's not working. And we're talking one company there and the whole continent here, it's not working. You need massive billion US dollars or euros or pounds investments into those technologies. So semiconductors, Chinese put semiconductors into their new 5 years plan. This is strategic industry to them. They will try to attract talent. It won't happen overnight because global talent comes into China, makes a lot of money there, but then still don't necessarily align with Chinese corporate culture. So for example, Andrew Ng spent, I think, around 2 years at Baidu, but he was not a keeper there because just his mentality was not in alignment with how Chinese run companies and do business. But it's not just to think that Chinese technology is not in Europe. For example, the cloud, the hybrid cloud of Deutsche Telekom, it's not a T-Systems technology, it's Huawei technology. So most people don't see this. And when I listen to the chancellor or to other people like claiming this is like our local technology, I'm sorry, it's not. And of course, in the whole setup, we need to have smart cooperation models. We can't avoid China. It can't be responded just with pushing against, and we need local investments and local innovation. We absolutely need national policies to boost innovation in semiconductors. In Cambridge University, I know there's a fabulous center in semiconductors. So they have ARM. ARM is a British company. This is really one of the pioneers. The ARM design powers mobile phones. So Qualcomm builds an ARM on top of an ARM design. ARMS is entering data centers. So there are some pockets of innovation, and we just need to be very watchful and really think through before we pull the plug somewhere. But it's just being difficult. And I see that in a couple of years, China will be on par with the United States. They are already publishing more papers in technology. They are still behind in fundamental research, but they invest more in fundamental research, throwing money in there. And at some point in time, quality will come. Applications on machine learning, AI, they are already ahead in terms of publications already now. So it's coming, and we can't just be negligent. But this is not just a question of tech, it's a question of leadership and smart business development. You need to hedge your bets. You can hedge only if you are a large corporate. If you are a small provider, you just need to think twice, what does it mean for you? And this is just a basic question on risk management. What is your risk appetite? What would you like to lose without any issues? And where is your benefit? And it can't be just about a financial envelope and some discounts when you enter a relationship with Chinese ODMs and OEMs. Yeah.
Anastassia, I have been receiving a number of questions, but perhaps I may throw in one, which I think is very is highly interesting, generally speaking. You have been describing AI in business and as a business. What does AI mean to universities? how would universities and their business models be affected? What would you think?
Look, I mean, there are a couple of technologies which have just fabulous applications for the education space. For example, AI can search and read through scientific papers. And for example, if I am interested in something, for example, developing a new vaccine, right? So the AI can go through millions and billions of paper and then presenting something to me, which I then will read as a human, and I don't need to do the search. So this something like this is tremendously beneficial. Just looking into the existing research and presenting the results in front of the seeker, right? So in a lab, AI is just very important, because if you do your experimentation, you might think, in what area would my experiment then go, and then you can build scenarios. So if you're working, for example, in hardware, so you develop a sensor, and the sensor is somewhere measuring stuff, and it could be humidity, weather conditions, I don't know, maybe vibration, whatever, pollution. And then you have in your lab a model, machine learning model, which simulates the environment and saying, okay, probably the sink on which the sensor is sitting will behave in this or that way. And here we go with thousands and thousands of applications for remote maintenance of stuff. So this is already there. That's actually a real business, and many spin-offs of the university are coming out of this hardware plus something in software machine learning model. So Python as a language is being learned by more or less everyone, even if you do some text analysis and machine learning language, your machine learning model will then to analyze the corpus of the text. So this is already on the go. It's the work of a human, and this is already there. Of course, I can assume that at some point in time, not maybe at the university, but in schools, we will have robotic teachers. It might happen because there might be lack of teachers, or in the pandemic, you would need to address population with special needs, for example, autistic children, and teach them. So it is already happening that we have dedicated robots in this space focused on this segment of population, which is a very important segment. So I see plenty of possibilities there. Everything which is analysis with a lot of variables, everything which is just too much of stuff. This is where you need AI, be it in linguistics, be it in medicine, be it in energy, whatever, in engineering.
Thank you so much, Anastassia. Now, I've been promising over and over to allow or to bring in questions. Let me start with the first one. Now, Gerd Eichholzer, he's a leading engineer at Siemens, if I'm not mistaken, and he has sent me several questions. I apologize if I only can pick one or two of them, but for instance, one is, I may read it, and please understand if I look at my screen briefly. Now, he says, I'm struggling a little bit with AI. On the one hand, I don't want to get controlled from AI. On the other hand, if AI can detect an illness earlier. Now, if AI can help people to stay there at home instead of being taken into a care home, where should we build that wall? Who is able to take this decision, including these comprehensive aspects?
Yeah, look, this is a very good question, actually. And I mean, health. So I think that just being logical, The best health care, for example, is always individualized. So because it's about genetics, it's about lifestyle, it's about, so for example, smoker, not smoker, in sports, not in sports. It's about where do you live, because we have pollution environment. It's about how stressed you are. So your hormones depend heavily on the stress level and exposure to stress. So all kind of stuff. This individualized medicine can happen only if it can connect the dots. And if I am as a person capable to have my own, data market, right? And I can connect those dots and say, this is how I sleep because I have my wearables, and this is what I eat. And by the way, I have the surgery because whatever. So, and I take it and then I share it, but I am in control, and I'm all for to give the ownership to those who make this data, to the real owners. And right now, if we kind of, send some stuff over the internet, it's being mirrored in some data center. And I'm not in control of my data. If I go to the doctor, they will tell me, oh, we just have this 4 years of history, and maybe I moved to the region. So the whole history is actually not available any longer. And I'm asking my doctor, can I take everything with me? And the doctor said no, because data protection, but it's my data. So we need to give the power of data to the individual. And the individual, of course, needs to be educated about what it means and what can be done, and then take a conscious decision on what to do with it. Same with companies. I mean, I'm describing just healthcare here, it might be more. I think that in terms of legislation, so those bias data sets and bias AI, it's not just about algorithms, but AI works with history. And for example, that's what I like a lot. A lot of women really die more on certain types of cancers because treatments were developed on the cohort of data which were from male patients. It was historically so that scientists, for some reasons, because they've forgotten, because they did not want to focus on female biology and clean this data set, they were taking male. And then obviously female body and male body, they're just different, and cancer evolves differently. And this is a very simplistic set. So if we have a policy that's, we need to look into data set. We need to ensure that it's as, let's say, representative as the population, which will then have benefit from the future treatment. So something like this is concrete, and this is something which I absolutely support. And this is about ethical use and inclusion. And of course, I think this is where the journey should go. So that's kind of, one. In terms of not being controlled, there's a war even in the US companies. For example, Googlers demonstrating, so the employees the workforce at Google is very powerful. So they just said, we don't want Google, and Fei Li, by the way, back then, who was in Google piece of the corporate. We don't want to build computer vision systems for the military, full stop. But Amazon said, we would love to, because this is a country which deserves to be defended. So it's our patriotic duty to develop those technologies for the military. And yes, we are talking about killer drones. And then the military will say it's much more ethical to provide a machine with the decision to kill, because human, due to psychology, might go crazy in a combat and then start shooting, hurting civilians. So, there are no simple answers there where to use AI and where not to use AI. What is clear that this train has already left the station. It's up to us to be very diligent on how the technology is used and educate. AI for me is as big educational project as it is a technological one. And we need leadership from the top of informed people. I'm not saying that a chancellor or a city mayor, they're required to code. No, but I'm completely demanding that they include use of automation of technology into their policy and understand what it's all about, and then unleash the innovation which is available locally. This is leadership, and leadership today includes technology and knowledge, pushing education on technology into schools. It's tremendously important. I'm not saying that everyone will code to the rest of their life, but to be capable to think along the dimension and have a good understanding with colleagues in the future, which might be coders. This is so important. And then, of course, there will be a richer workplace where your experience of non-coders might enter the experiences of really software engineers and hardware engineers and whoever, to develop better solutions, in more inclusive solutions. So this demand for inclusivity and equality and the balance, to be more representative, this is absolutely what is needed. And I completely get the question of Gerhard. It's of course concerning, and of course we'll have great examples and we will have very bad examples too. Yeah.
We've been pointing out the value and the importance of regulation. I think this is one topic to look at.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Bernhard Hollaus, he works with the MCI. He has sent me a question, which I may present briefly. In sports, Anastassia, in sports, machine learning became increasingly relevant over the last years, with the outlook to become even more impactful. Which companies in the sports world would you consider as ambitious and promising, considering machine learning, time series classification, and computer vision?
Look, I have a couple of names, but I don't have them immediately in front of me because this is not the area I spend a lot of my time in. The question is brilliant, and there are very practical applications. For example, simulation of training situation, which will then be used by players. So this is, let me look the names up and I will come back to you.
All right, wonderful. May I add a question also from an MCI faculty member, Marcus Kittler, who was already one of the panel members, or actually panel chairs. He's professor at the MCI, and he sent me the following question. It could make sense to use COVID pandemic and the investments planned in its response a strategic investment policy rather than merely recovery funding. Yeah. Semiconductors were mentioned as strategic relevant in China. What specifically should be the strategic focus of the European Union?
Look, I mean, I would say basic research, semiconductor, quantum computing. Why can't we go this path? It's completely clear that quantum computing will happen. We won't have quantum computers in our homes in the next 40 years. It won't happen, but you know, from what I see, in 3 to 5 years, the coprocessors will be more and more available, solving certain problems. And I think that we need investments into this. And it's not just about quantum hardware, it's about quantum software and quantum encryption. So tremendously important. The whole area on cyber and around cyber, we have Israel to learn from. So why can't we learn from Israel and implement models how to build cybersecurity startups. We have fantastic examples of cybersecurity startups on the continent. It's not just about filtering viruses, it's about incident management and discovery. For example, DF Labs, an Italian startups, which just got into an exit with a US company. It was founded by someone who was in the police force of Italy and who investigated cybercrime. And this is an AI startup. So they do triage, management, and discovery with the help of machine learning technology. So we need more of that, not less of that. So everything which is around healthcare, I don't think we need even to discuss. And our neighbors in Switzerland, they have great competence in robotics. So everything which is a fusion, robotics and engineering, this is a huge area. We will need those. Our population is aging. We require robots assistance. We require robotic assistance in surgery. It's already happening, but it could be a strategic area to look at and to invest in. It's hardware plus software. So I think that, and we need to actually be more free in terms of that not every investment will pay off. Like, for example, Siemens invest, and they will discuss what is ROI, and then I would like to have a free cash flow modeling, and then we add some risk factors, which is sometimes difficult. And I'm repeating myself. I am saying that Google is mad from the 30s. Without the investments in basic science, Google wouldn't have happened. And those investments were in the 30s. AI, those are investments in the 40s and in the 50s. So the majority of it. So we need a healthy balance. And I applaud this idea, not just to go into recovery fund, but into strategic investment fund. And just maybe help venture capitalists and PE to do more. So it's not my area. I'm not looking into figures, but the portion of venture investors, big risk takers on the continent comparing to the US players is still not great. It grows, but it's still not that huge. We need a favorable investment climate for venture capitalists, for angel investors, which would require maybe some offers how to deal with taxation. So all those things, it's an ecosystem thinking. It can't be just ABC and just intended in finance. It should be comprehensive, it's holistic, and it's about discovering where we are great at in Europe. There are some pockets of excellence around universities, and I think that corporates might step up and do more for education. For example, Mark Benioff, the founder of Salesforce, he has this idea that every single senior vice president and his company takes on a public school, not a fancy Palo Alto-like private school, but a public school. And this senior vice president is obliged to spend time there and to watch that good things happen. And then, of course, every person is creative differently, and some person might focus more on science, another person might focus more on communication. I don't know. But I think that the social responsibility is not just about not polluting our rivers. It's about stepping up and being a better citizen of communities, understanding communities. And I think this is where leadership is required, not to show off, but really to change. So we need change agents. It's of course not technology question, it's mentality, it's leadership, and it's about risk mentality. If you take risk, yes, you will fail, and it should be okay.
High level change agents, actually, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Anna, she studies medical engineering at the MCI, and she has sent me a question. What has to be done for creating safe patient data storage? Because there are still many physicians and also patients who do not trust in the way AI will use their data.
I mean, really, for me, the solution could be a distributed ledger. So you use blockchain to create your storage, right? And then you provide keys to whoever might touch the data. And if you are not satisfied because the performance is bad, or you discover unethical behavior, whatever it might be, you withdraw the key, but it's yours, it's with you. So these technologies are evolving quite fast, and I think that we need to study those and to apply. But this is a great example. For me, that might be an interesting solution to look into and to propagate.
Now we are running out of time, but perhaps you allow me to bring in 2 or 3 more questions, but to keep it short from my point of view. Now, Marcus Kittler has sent me another question, and he asks, now you, Anastassia, have mentioned that robotic teachers and AI in teaching or merely computer-based learning will shape the field of education. But now, why learn it all when we have devices taking decisions for us? Isn't it this like having a driver's license for a self-driving car?
Look, so I would like to quote Pablo Picasso, who said that computers are very stupid, they just provide answers. We still require humans to ask questions, and I am all for being very interdisciplinary, because the innovation happens on the boundaries of disciplines. This is usually how it goes, and disruption is coming from the boundaries of the discipline, not from the heart of something. So I think in situation where, for example, in China, there is just one eye doctor for 20,000 people, of course they require telemedicine, they require AI, because it can't be done otherwise. We have better infrastructure in Europe, but we might lack certain fields of knowledge where learning with computer might be beneficial. I applaud the University of Helsinki, and then there's one consultancy working with the university which are doing free courses to teach AI to general public. And their very high ambition is to get to 1% of European population to know about AI by 2024. Why not? I mean, it's a very noble cause. It might be sped up, and it might be even we might put money into other universities to develop such courses. Same about AI ethics. You don't, I mean, the point is, I believe that many people are slightly afraid because the transparency is not there, but this is nothing scary. Technology doesn't bite. It's neutral usually. And that's just about, siècle de lumière in the age of AI. It's about education. Why, how, and giving the tools into the hands of small companies and people.
And perhaps as a final question, now this comes from Tyrone Pizzis from Durham University Business School. And he asks, referring to quantum computing, which you have been mentioning. Now, a technological limit for quantum computing, he asks, is energy needed to power also cooling the computers in order to function. Do you see these two sides of the equation evolving in order to do the things we imagine AI will do one day?
Look, I mean, it's an interesting question. I don't have a short answer for this. Of course, energy management and innovation in energy is absolutely required. We should not forget Google spends, in terms of the impact, the data center of Google's cost environment more than all airlines put together. And Google is completely on the renewables. So Switzerland has a national policy now on how to manage energy, because they recognize that by the year of, I think, 50% of their national energy expenditures will be on behalf of data centers. So we need power, we need innovation in energy to actually adjust to the needs of computation. I started personally looking into quantum around 2016 when I was thinking about Moore's law, evolution of the Moore's law in semiconductors. And I mean, there are some physical borders, and just to be capable to implement machine learning like now, I mean, our planet will be hotter than the sun, so it won't go. So we need something else, and we need different technologies. Quantum is just one of those, which is a good fit for certain situations. But when I talk to people doing quantum professionally, they're saying, so this technology piece might be as big as my hand, but the stabilization piece might be as big as a huge, I don't know, is a room, right? So it's solvable. What's difficult, really difficult, is software. This is the industry. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anastassia Lauterbach, for this inspiring afternoon we have been enjoying together with you, for giving us insight into a fascinating topic and into a development which we are all heavily affected and will be even more so in the future. Now, thanks to all the question senders, and please, my sincerest apologies to all the ones who I have not been able to bring in to consider. Thank you to you. Thanks a lot to you, dear Anastassia Lauterbach. Thanks to our friends and partners at Durham University Business School. Thank you to our technicians, to all the faculty members, staff members who have been organizing this fascinating global debate the entire afternoon. Thanks to the panel participants, to the panel chairs, and I hope you have been enjoying this joint afternoon as much as I did. Now, let me briefly just give a little preview on upcoming events. Astrid Hamke already this Wednesday, May 5th at 5 p.m. Astrid Hamke is an entrepreneur. She is also a multi-supervisory board member and president of the German Economic Council. She will talk about now what do we have to do in Europe to stay globally competitive. On May 11th, we will be happy to welcome Frank Sieren. He is one of the leading experts with respect to China. He is book author. He regularly writes in Handelsblatt. And on May 18th, we will be happy to welcome Alexander Schallenberg. He's our foreign minister, the federal minister for European and international affairs of the Republic of Austria. But now, once again, thanks for joining in. To you all, enjoy the evening. Have a safe trip home wherever you may be now and want to go. Stay connected.
Thank you.
Thank you.